I'm the marketing manager here at the Kansas Department of Agriculture. And KDA and K-State Research and Extension are excited that you've joined us for our Farmers Market direct-to-consumer virtual workshops this year. We also want to welcome those of you that are watching at our watch parties at the local K-State Research and Extension offices across the state. We're glad that you could join us in one way or the other. And we want to thank those local research offices that did open today and host watch parties for us. We've had a great week of activities so far, and we hope you're able to join us. But today is our big day of having a couple of different speakers. We're going to start off with Lexi Wright talking about marketing tips and tricks of how to engage your consumers online. And then we're having our keynote speaker of Brian Coppom from the Colorado Department of Agriculture talking about best practices for business success. We also will be learning about legal risks and the best practices for managing them from Emily Spiegel with Vermont Law. We will have the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program update and also have some of our K-State Research and Extension folks talking about vegetable production resources. So thanks again for taking time out of your day to be part of this effort by participating with us online or at one of our watch parties. We do have some participants joining us from out of state today. So we are glad that you're here, but we did want to remind everyone that the information for the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program session today is very Kansas specific. So if you will be selling product in another state, we encourage you to contact your local extension office or Department of Agriculture for specifics on that program in your state. So we do have a couple of housekeeping items. And if you've been with us all week, you can probably repeat them for me even, or you could probably host this part. But during the presentation portion, just keep your mics muted so everyone can hear the speaker. You've all been doing a great job on that. If you do have questions during any of the presentations, you can just drop them in the chat box, or you can do the raise your hand feature by going to, I think, reactions and doing that, and we will then catch you and unmute you, and you can ask your question live. Submitted questions and comments are being monitored by a KDA person and will be repeated live so everyone can hear those answers. And at any time during the webinar, when you're asking a question, if you want to tell us either what business you're with, what market you're with, which part of the state you're in, that might help us answer the question even better. The webinar is being recorded and will be posted online for all the participants next week. And as much as we can, we'll also try to put the presentations in case you just want to go through a specific PowerPoint later. If you are selling pet treats or live plants, we do have those handouts and videos already posted on our website. You can look down at the chat box for that direct link. Just scroll down below the Register Now button and you'll see those handouts and videos. Also, if you registered by January 18th and requested to receive copies of the regulations for farmers market direct-to-consumer sales or the food labeling or sampling safely handouts, you should have received those copies in the mail. If it was after the 18th of January you registered, we are still getting those mailed out, so you should be receiving them in the next week or two. If you realized as you're hearing this that you forgot to sign up for that, then make sure and just send us an email. This will all be going in the chat. There'll be the email address where you need to send it, and we'll get those mailed to you. So now I'm gonna turn it over to Londa Nwadike, my colleague with K-State Research and Extension, and she's gonna talk about some of the specific resources they have available. Londa? Okay, well, Londa may need another minute or two. Erin, are you able to post the poll that we had set up for this?
I do not see that, but just 1 second.
Okay. Sorry, everyone, there's always a little bit of difficulties. But some of what, as we're waiting here to see, there's a couple of things that, here is the poll that we were going to do. So what products are you interested in selling or learning more about regulations for? And I know some of you have already answered this poll in the past, but we're kind of wanting to see who's on today with us. So you can be choosing baked goods, canned foods, other prepared foods, eggs, dairy products, produce, honey, or other. I'll give you about 15 more seconds here to get through that. Give you about 5 more seconds. Okay, let's look at these results. It looks like our biggest group today on is 78% at produce. And then we have quite a few folks doing honey, baked goods, canned goods, and eggs. And then we do have a few dairy products and some other, and then great, thanks guys, even without me telling you, you were popping things over into the chat. So everything from grass-fed beef to cut flours, goat milk soaps, plants. So lots of great things. So I will stop sharing that and we will see if, I think Londa is ready now to present. So I will turn it over to Londa for her little portion here, and then she'll be passing it on to Lexi right after that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ready to go, Londa.
Good. Good. I don't know what happened before. I was sharing it, or I was trying to talk and it wasn't letting me talk. Actually, we have one more poll that we'll go ahead and do. Let me see if I can find the right one. Nope. Never mind. I can't find the other poll, but that's okay. I'll just go ahead and start talking about our KSRE resources. So, yeah, so sorry about that. Yeah, K-State Research and Extension is really excited again to be part of this workshop. And I just wanted to briefly share a little bit about a few of the other K-State Research and Extension resources that you might be interested in. And I don't have a PowerPoint or anything, but anyway, I'll share really quickly. Our produce safety website is available. I'm going to share my screen really quick. So you can see this is our produce safety website, which has a listing over here on the right side with our upcoming workshop, sorry. And we'll be scheduling some more as well. We actually, our one here, the February 7 and 17 one is full, which is great. We do have an upcoming workshop in Wichita coming up on February 18th. So you're welcome to come there. That's our 8-hour training in Wichita. We'll be scheduling some more too. We just don't have the dates set yet. We have a GAPS food safety plan workshop if you're interested in getting GAPS certified or just improving your food safety record keeping. That's on February 14. Morel mushroom identification workshops. Those are coming up on March 16 and 17. So if you're going to be selling morels at your market, someone in the chain, so either the person that's collecting the morels or someone that's selling the morels, or at some point someone has to have certified those morels that they are actually morels and not a poisonous mushroom. And that's taught by Pam Paulson, our K-State Research and Extension agent in Reno County, and they're both done online. And then we also have an introduction to produce safety and post-harvest handling coming up on May 9. The training part will be online, and then we'll have an in-person farm visit if everything allows, and hopefully we'll be able to do that. I'm going to stop sharing there. So the other thing that I do want to mention in terms of resources that we do have a number of publications like Janelle's been mentioning. So we're happy to have you take part in those. Happy to send you more publications if you want more. We do have other publications as well, in addition to those 3 that we mentioned. We have one on specifically about selling produce, just the regulations for selling produce. We have one on selling canned foods. So just more details on selling canned foods as well. So that's in our K-State Research and Extension bookstore. You can find those resources. So, so again, if you have any questions related to selling at farmers markets, produce safety, or just other aspects of raising produce or meats and all these different things, please just feel free to ask us. So again, thank you so much everyone for coming today. And we are very glad to have with us today Sorry, I'm just pulling the right screen up here. Lexi, right. And Lexi, it's great to see you again. So Lexi is with Back Pocket Social Marketing to speak about making marketing make sense. So this is definitely an area that I'm not strong in. So we're really glad to have somebody like Lexi who is really strong in this area. Lexi operates Back Pocket Social, a marketing and business consulting company that works with small and local businesses to develop strategic marketing plans that create consistency in their brand stories and focus on the most important part of marketing your business, which is implementation. Lexi's background in agriculture and rural development help her guide businesses to make well-informed marketing decisions. She enjoys spending time on their growing farm near Leonardville, Kansas, and raising her 4 young children alongside her husband, Lance. So Lexi, please take it away.
Thank you, Londa. And thank you guys so much for having me. I'm really excited to be back in farmers market world and just back seeing a lot of familiar faces here. So thank you so much. I'm going to get my screen shared here for you and we'll be ready to go. Let's see. That still look okay for everybody? Full screen?
Yep, you're good.
Thank you, Janelle. All right. So just to kick us off a little bit about me, thank you so much, Londa, for the kind introduction. Basically, what I do at Back Pocket Social Marketing is create sustainable systems to market businesses. We really focus more on the marketing system than design or strategies and anything like that. It's about making marketing achievable for any kind of business at any size. Why I started doing this is I believe that marketing shouldn't make you feel pressure to post on social media or exhausted from learning lots of new trends or even confused about where to start or what to do, what the right move is. It should be really natural, just like pulling your business card out of your back pocket. So it's a little cheesy, but that's where the business name came from. Basically, this allows you to authentically connect with people who are most interested in buying from you. And that's what our marketing's goal always should be. All right. So the problem with marketing as a small business owner, it's pretty time intensive. And I don't have to tell any of you that you have other things on your plate. Every small business owner wears 100 different hats at any given time. We're pretty used to no days off, things always changing, and being the one who catches all the balls that fall. So adding marketing to your plate, which is also similar in that there are no days off, there's always an opportunity to market your business. The market is always changing. You may be experiencing pressure from customers to do more marketing. So maybe they're telling you, why don't you post more often? If only we'd known this, then we would have come. Or if only we had seen this before we got here, we would have, brought our kids or brought the whole family, things like that. It takes some creativity to always have something to say or something that looks nice that you want to put up. It involves a lot of technology. And for a lot of folks, especially as technology changes, that's a huge barrier, just being able to consistently figure out the new platforms. And then you feel like you have to have all the answers. I know this is one that I sometimes struggle with when people come to me and ask questions on my marketing. They ask questions that I'd never anticipated. And you feel like you're on the spot, you have to know the answer right away. So I believe we can take all of those things that make marketing difficult and flip the script. Here's how we do that. So we first need to find the right marketing tool. A couple things to think about when we're trying to find that tool is what problems do you have that better communication with your customers could solve? So if your customers are telling you that they don't know things, what are those things and how can you communicate those things better? Are you using the right tool for the job? So how are you currently communicating with customers? Is it only face-to-face? Do you send them emails? Do you send them text updates? Do you post on a Facebook page or maybe on your website? Is that platform that you're using right now to communicate with your customers serving you and serving your customer? If it's not getting the information to them, then it might not be the right tool. What kinds of tools have you tried that didn't work? So what do you currently do to market? Is it working? And is it working the way that you want it to? If the answer to that is no, then it might be time to change and consider some other options, because we don't want to waste effort. The small amount of time that we have set aside for marketing our businesses, we don't want to waste effort on things that don't work. It's not letting me advance the slide. There we go. Okay, so how do we evaluate what's working? I like to break this into 4 separate categories. The first one is discovery. So this first box that you can figure out of your marketing, if it's working or not, is how are your customers discovering you? How do they find you for the very first time? Is it social media? Is that where they're discovering you, on a Facebook or Instagram page? Is it your city office or your chamber of commerce? Are they finding flyers about you there? Are they seeing your flyers around town or signs along the highway? Think about, how do they find you for the very first time? Maybe it's word of mouth. The second box, or the second category, is inform them. So how do customers take that discovery opportunity and learn more? Where do they go to find, okay, I know there's a farmer's market here. How do I find out where it is, when it meets, what days, who all is going to be there, what options they have for me? Maybe it's your website. That's pretty common for your website to be how customers get more information from you. But maybe you don't have time to keep up a website. So maybe it's an email newsletter that you send out, just really short, quick updates, or a blog. Maybe it's your Facebook page. The next category is connect. How do you communicate with customers? So this is the next step beyond just where are you, when are you there, what do you have? This is, why should I come? Why should I, as a customer, come purchase from you or buy from you? What do I need to know about you to feel comfortable making that purchase? And then the last step of marketing and kind of creating that marketing system for yourself is to figure out where you can grow or where you can simplify. And a lot of times I think we get stuck in this mindset of we always have to be growing, we always have to be doing more, or we always could be doing more. That's not always the case. Sometimes when you get to a point where what you're doing is working, then it's time to simplify and make it easier, make it sustainable long-term, that it feels like it's nothing, it's stress-free. So what steps are you doing maybe that aren't necessary? Are you posting on an Instagram page that no one sees? Are you posting in a Facebook group that none of the members even come to your market anymore? How can you streamline the steps of your marketing to make it very efficient so that it's very easy for you to continue and to not have to worry about? And this, I say market a lot, but this is a totally applicable to small businesses, market vendors, organizations, really anybody who's trying to market something. So then we take those same 4 categories and we figure out what's not working in them. So discovery, is this the right place? If they're discovering you by looking at a sign on the side of the highway, first off, is your sign in the right place? Is it getting noticed? Is it often enough? Are enough people driving by that sign that it's bringing sustainable traffic to your market? If not, it might be time to think about some other opportunities to add to discovery. And then the last one, does it need updated? And this you might think is really simple, but it is very easy to overlook or forget, especially when we go towards the end of the market, like the market season. So you've been going strong all summer, and then maybe in the fall, your market hours change. Remembering to update that on wherever customers are finding you is a challenge. And I see a lot of times those updates not get made, and then we see that drop in traffic at the market. Some of it's seasonal, some of it's just because they didn't have the information. The next category of informing, is it kept current and is it accessible? So what I mean by this is, again, are we updating it? If you have a website that you're using to inform people, or a blog or an email newsletter, are you sending that out often enough that people have the information they need? And is it accessible? So if you're using, let's say, a Facebook group to provide market updates about what vendors are going to be at the market, can people join that Facebook group? Is it a public group, or are they even seeing the posts? So if they're not in the group, that might be a little bit less accessible to them. If you're sharing updates through an email newsletter, do you have opportunities everywhere on your website or on your social media where people can find out that you have an email newsletter and sign up for it? Again, a lot of this stuff might seem simple if you've been doing this for a while, but checking those boxes in the very beginning allows you to make sure that your customers always have the information that they need. And that's half the battle. All right, the next category, connection. So are you sharing the right information with them? What questions do your customers have? I always like to start with what questions do your customers have, because that's the first signal to you that they have or that they don't have information that they need in order to make a purchase. So if they're asking you questions repeatedly about your product, about your business, about your market, then you need to be providing that information. And this may be things that are a little bit more personal, like maybe they want to have a personal connection with you. That's really big in a reason that people shop local, is that personal connection they feel with the business owner. So maybe it's they just want to know more about your production practices, more about your family, more about where you're located or what your goals are when you're producing. And then lastly, how can you fix problems without creating more work? And sometimes that is a challenge, because we think, well, if this is a problem, maybe I need to be posting on Instagram every day so that people can get to know me. But that creates a lot of work for yourself. So that may not be the best solution. So we're trying to find those solutions that help you grow without making it unsustainable or more of a challenge. So let's talk about what we can change. You, the person who has all the responsibility for your business, right? Understand the job that needs to be done. Find the right tools and stop doing things that don't work for you. That first one of understanding the job that needs to be done. When I say that, I mean, we know that marketing needs to be done, but we need to know what kind of marketing. Do we need to be in that discovery box where we're just allowing people to find us in new ways, or in that informative box where we're telling them where, how, when? Maybe it's the connection box of helping them to form those relationships with us. So understand which job it is we're trying to do here before we go find the right tools and cut things out that aren't working. And then don't try to do all the things. We don't want any new year, new me transformations, okay? When we start marketing or you get really inspired, I feel like in that maybe off season a little bit, then we think, well, we can just make this work. We're just gonna pour all of that extra energy that we've been had pent up all winter into this new marketing strategy. But then it lasts 2 weeks and we have all of this market stress and things from the summer growing season, spring growing season, and it peters off. So we don't want to do everything at once. We just want to find a few key things that we can change to help us do better and elevate what's already working for us. So that's the second piece. What can you change consistently? We need to develop an easy and realistic plan and plan for the long haul. What works on a weekly or monthly basis? So not what works today, not what works this week and maybe one other week this summer when nothing's going on. What can we do every single week or every single month all year long? What works in the market season versus the off season? So maybe there are some steps you can take in the off season, which there's never really an off season, but less busy time, that makes things easier during that busy summer season. What resources do you want to devote to your marketing? Now, this one is a little bit challenging because we all have different situations, but you can devote different things to your marketing at different points to make it work, even if you don't have some of the other things. So if you want to devote more time, more money, or more influence. Influence is one that a lot of people sometimes forget about. So you always think, well, I could spend more time doing it, or we could spend more money on it, but you also have influence that you can spend on it. So maybe that's bringing up the market at your next organization board meeting in your community, or maybe it's asking friends to talk about the farmers market. when you are in, or when they're in their circles. So who do you have connections with that you can just bring the market up, bring your business up, talk about it, use your connections with people as an opportunity to influence others and increase their awareness. All right. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty stuff here. So creating your social plan. And I say social plan because I know a lot of us market on social media because it's free, but this is really your marketing plan. Okay. So step one, very first thing you need to do is choose your source of truth. Anytime you communicate with customers, you need to direct them to that one source of truth, the one place that if everything else fails, let's say you're not going to post on Facebook, you're not going to do anything else, one place that they can find the information that they need to know what's going on with the market, with your business. Maybe it's your website or your email newsletter or a Facebook page or an Instagram page or any of those things. I do have a little warning sign here next to your social page because remember, you don't own your social media page. Unfortunately, the people who own Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, they own your social media page. So you can post things there, but if Facebook or Instagram were to shut down tomorrow, would you be able to still contact your customers? Would you know who your customers are and be able to get information to them? If the answer to that is no, then you might want to consider implementing a different source of truth. Okay, and we all do the best that we can with what we have. I just want that warning to be out there. It's a very real thing. Instagram shut down earlier this year for more than a day. And that might seem like a very short amount of time, but a lot of small business owners were panicking, realizing that if Instagram really is gone, they have no way to market their business anymore. So think about what that one source of truth should be. Okay, then give guidelines for how to engage. How can they contact you? Should they submit the contact form on your website? Should they email you? Should they call you? What's the best way? And I would really suggest outlining what that is because it's going to take some stress off of you. That way you don't have to be checking Facebook messages, text messages, voicemails, website, email. Like just tell them how you want them to contact you and then focus on checking that one thing so that they know if they need information, this is how I get it. All right. The next thing is how can they help you help them? So it's okay to ask your customers to help you. Ask them, give them a call to action of what they can do next if they support you. Should they be sharing your Facebook posts? Should they be bringing a friend to the market? Should they be shopping every week? Should they be, adding on a new product with their regular order? What can they do to help you? It's okay to tell them that. Step 2 is to make a template. So here we need this information to be based on your source of truth. So you're going to update the information on your source of truth, whatever that is. And then you're going to use that information as a template for any place else that you put marketing information. It needs to be able to be copied. It needs to be able to be shared with others, work in multiple formats, and be easy to edit. Now, I say all those things because a lot of times as a market manager or a business owner, we let too much rely on ourselves. If you are the only person who has access to that information, it can't be copied. You can't send it to somebody in an easy way, or they can't take that information and post it on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok. If they can't edit that information, then you have a problem. Because what happens if something happens to you? All of a sudden, that information is inaccessible. We need to make sure it is easy. And I say that, what if something happens to you? God forbid. But I mean, what if it's something simple, like you get sick on market day and you need to get that information out? Somebody else needs to be able to grab it and go. So if your information is living in an inaccessible design program that nobody else knows how to operate, then that's a problem. You need to make it easy to edit and able to be used by other people that are on your team or in your circle. So the other thing is it needs to provide consistency that customers can count on. So if you're using the same, we want to use the same format for every single update if we can. That consistency allows people to recognize it. and know that it's going to be coming. They count on that information. So if you're providing updates every week about who's going to be at the market and you suddenly forget to do it one week, your customers probably notice. They're probably going to be emailing you asking, hey, who's going to be at market? What's going on? Okay. Make a routine is step 3. What do they need to know? When do they need to know it? And how often do they need to know it? This is going to help us develop our frequency. So how often do we need to be disseminating that information and making sure that they get that? And what do they want to know is the next step past that. So that past the bare minimum, what are the things that they want to know? Do they want to know what your production processes are? Do they want to know exactly what kind of an apple this apple is, and the whole backstory of how you decided to grow that one? Tell them what they want to know. That's going to help encourage them to continue to make those purchases, because those little tidbits of information is what builds that connection. What method of communication works best for them and for you? So this is part of your routine. If you're going to be updating your website every week, or if you're going to be sending an email once a month, make sure that it works for you, so it's not too much to take on consistently, but it also works for them, so it gets them that information that they need. And then commit to it in your schedule. If you use a planner or a calendar, put a reminder in there that, hey, it's time to market my business. I need to spend an hour today putting up all of this information, whatever that looks like for you. And then what's next? So this is all pretty basic stuff when we really break it down, but a lot of us struggle to do it because we get caught up in that overwhelm of, oh, I need to do so many things. We only need to do a few things. We just need to do them consistently. So once you have a few things that you're doing well and doing consistently, how do you know you're ready to add more? Number 1 is you have a system. The system works for you and your customers, and you consistently follow the system without feeling pressure or stress. If you can say yes to all those things, check all those boxes, then you're ready to grow. You're ready to do new things. And this is the way it gets really fun, because then marketing goes from being a constant stressor or a pressure of, oh my gosh, I need to post something. Oh my gosh, we need to get this flyer done. And then it's fun because you have something that works and you're just looking for ways to make it better. So when you're ready to grow, the 2 categories that you want to grow in most often are going to be discovery and connect. So that's step 1 and step 3. The discovery is going to help you find new customers. So what other ways can your customers find opportunities to discover you? If you're just doing a sign on the side of the road, maybe it's time to put a column in the newspaper. Maybe it's time to do a Facebook page if you haven't done that yet. Maybe it's time to do a weekly newsletter. The things could be simple. Maybe if you're a little bit more advanced, maybe it's time to create a TikTok account where all you do is walk around the market every week and people can see all the beautiful things that are there. And then the other option is adding new ways to connect. So if you have lots of people discovering you and they have the information they need, you need to give them reasons to shop with you. They need to be able to feel that relationship with you as a business owner or a producer, that they feel comfortable shopping with you and they want to support you because they know your story. Okay, so here is our steps to create our marketing plan. If you have some notes, you can just do 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are our 4 steps that we're going to write out right now today together so that we know exactly what we need to do. Our first step is to choose your source of truth. Is it going to be your website, your email, your social page? What's it going to be? Where's the one place that people can always count on to have accurate information? Okay, maybe you can circle it, write it down, pick one. Number 2, customers can ask questions by, and they can help me by. So where should people go to ask you questions? Should they email you? Should they call you? Should they fill out your contact form on your website? Just one. They only need one. They don't need to be able to access you at every given day of every given hour. They only need one. Okay. And then they can help me by, what should they do? Should they tell a friend? Should they share a post? Should they hang up a flyer in their own business window? What do they need to do to help you? Once they're raving fans, they'll be more than willing to do this. Number 3, routine. I will do what and how often. So I will do one thing every 2 days. Maybe that's very general, to connect with customers. So maybe that is, I will post one photo on Instagram of us in the production process. So making the bread, packing the van to go to market, whatever it is, something like behind the scenes or something about your family. I will post something like that every 1 week, every 1 month. It doesn't have to be super often, but you do have to have a plan or it won't get done. Okay, so what are you going to do and how often are you going to do it to connect with your customers? And then your next steps, when you're ready to do more, what are you going to do? What is those first opportunities that you just know you're ready to take on as soon as you get to that point? All right, so there's our 4-step marketing plan. Very simple, very easy, very doable. Let's talk about where to find help that makes sense. So once you get those 4 easy steps down, you're going to be thinking about growing, and you're probably going to need help because most of us don't have time to do more marketing in our business because of all the other tasks. So some options for help that are easy: college students that need an internship. A lot of college students are looking to grow. They're looking to find opportunities to explore things. So this is a really perfect one. Interns at programs that have overlapping goals with yours. So maybe you can't afford to hire an intern or provide an internship opportunity for a college student, but something else in your community can or currently does. Maybe there is an intern at the local hospital in the summer, or your extension office, your chamber of commerce. These places hire interns. Check it out, ask them, say, hey, if your intern has any extra hours, we could use help. We could use support with our marketing. Don't hesitate to ask because there's a lot of times those opportunities are available. 4-H and FFA members that need projects. Most FFA members and 4-H members have projects that they have to complete as part of their curriculum. So if you talk to the local ag teacher or the 4-H leader and say, hey, are there any kids that are interested in marketing or interested in local produce, are interested in baking or owning their own business? Find those connections with those kids. And yeah, you're going to have to mentor them. You're going to have a little bit more oversight than you would somebody that you're just paying to do something. But you're giving a really amazing opportunity for those students to learn as well. Other vendors' kids. This is a great help if you need help with social media, because most kids, it just comes naturally to them. They've never not had it. So if you're needing some help with posting on social media, instead of taking that on yourself, especially on market day when you have 100 other things going on, hand your phone to somebody's kid that's running around the market or that's walking around and say, hey, will you just make a Facebook post for me? Pull it up for them, say, hey, I need you to type this in. I need you to, it takes a little bit of the stress off of you, and they know exactly what they need to do. Okay. All-star customers. If you have customers that are raving fans, ask if they want to help with your marketing. A lot of them are interested in doing that as just something as a fun hobby or fun project on the side, especially if they've been with you, like shopping with you for a long time. So ask them if they'll make some social media posts. Ask them if they're doing graphic design, if they could do your flyer for you. It's okay to ask them for those pieces of help, especially if it makes it more hands-off for you. And then the last one I have to say, I'd be remiss if I didn't, is freelancers. Since freelancers often provide a lot of opportunities for us to hire help more affordably and without so much risk or input needed. So you can hire somebody for just 1 hour a week. Maybe it's online, maybe there's somebody in your local community, and be able to pay them without having to hire a full-time marketing person. Makes it a lot more affordable. All right, so some tools and gear to make it easy. So if you are trying to bootstrap this marketing of your market or your business and do it all yourself, which some of us are going to go down that road, then you need some tools to make it easy. So these are all free or very, very low cost options. Canva.com is what I use to build this slideshow presentation. It's what I use to do probably 90% of the graphic design that I do. It's a free program. You just drag and drop. It has templates already built out in it. You can edit photos in it as well. Very easy to use. Smartphone and tripods. So these ones obviously are not free, but tripods are pretty affordable. You can probably find some for less than 20 bucks. And having something, I'll show you mine here, that you can just sit down, put your phone in this little holder, and very easily be taking video or photos of you doing your work while you're working. That makes it super easy to put some content out there that people don't normally get to see. So make things easier instead of like trying to walk around with your phone and when you're trying to do other things, put it on a tripod. Okay. Google Sites. If you need a website and you Google websites, so you can do it totally for free. MailChimp or MailerLite, these are marketing, email marketing platforms, and they are also free up to 1,000 contacts, I believe. So a great place to get started. And if you get past that 1,000 limit, then you're probably getting a little bit more serious and need to be thinking about paying for a different service. But these ones are both free that you can get started with. The Splice app. This one is a very simple video editing app that you can put on your phone. It's also free. And then if you need to be scheduling social media content in advance, if you struggle to remember to post it during the day, Facebook Creator Studio is a free option where you can post to Facebook and Instagram, and Hootsuite.com allows you to post content for free. I think it's like you can schedule seven posts at a time per platform or something like that. So lots of easy options. All right, traps to avoid. So when you are getting your marketing strategy all lined out, the worst thing that you can do is start to fall into one of these traps and stop your progress. So comparing your marketing strategy to someone else's. I don't care if another market has a beautiful Instagram feed, a wonderful website, lovely flyers all over the place. It doesn't matter because they are focusing on a marketing strategy that works for them, and you need to focus on a marketing strategy that works for you. Wishing that you had the budget to do all the cool things isn't going to make the budget appear, but you can do some really cool things within your means that can work for you. Don't take the too much, too fast, too soon route. Again, we don't want any new year, new me transformations that are not sustainable. Forgetting to grow your circle. So if you're focusing a lot on online marketing or flyers or the nitty gritty hard details of your marketing and forgetting to talk about your business just to the people that you're missing a huge opportunity. That face-to-face, that one-on-one interaction of talking to people about what you're doing in your business should never be discounted because it is very valuable. Inaccessible websites. If you are to the point where you're going to hire a website designer to build a website for you, you need to make sure that you first fully know what you're getting into, and second, that you are going to have access and the ability to edit your own website. Because a lot of designers will put up a beautiful website for you, but that you can never afford to pay them to edit or figure out how to edit yourself. And that becomes a problem because then your website's useless if you can't update it, if you can't change the information. So make sure if you are going to hire a website designer that you have a very good understanding of what you're getting and what the plan is for after the website's creation, for how you're going to be able to make changes. Expensive software. You do not need expensive graphic design software, expensive social media schedulers. You don't need any of that to make it work. There are free options like we just discussed that do just fine for what you need to do. And then idea overwhelm. I always enjoy filling my Facebook and Instagram and Pinterest feeds with really fun inspiration from accounts that do cool things in my niche. So for example, following markets in other states, like maybe there's some states and markets out there that do really cool things. But if you spend all your time looking at those ideas that you could do and none of your time implementing them, that doesn't do you any good. So maybe follow those feeds, but remember to set aside time to do that specifically. Some tips for outstanding content. I see Londa popped on here, so I must be running out of time. Thank you, Londa. Tips for outstanding content. This is just some general stuff that you need to remember to focus on when you put things up. And my last slide has my 4 boxes, source of truth, discover me, you can connect me. So lots to discuss, and I would love to hear any questions that folks have if we have time for it.
Great, Lexi, thanks a lot. And we actually did have a couple questions come in, and we've got about 2 minutes to get those taken care of with that. You talked about having people contact you, I mean, the producer, the folks here that are participating. Should there be parameters on when you respond to people, or if they're texting, calling, to keep things in perspective, should we set parameters to return emails, text, etc.?
Yes, I think absolutely. To be clear is to be kind. And so if you can very clearly communicate what the expectations are, you're going to eliminate some of those folks that want to contact you and expect an immediate response. I mean, you've got other things going on in your day. So when you put how to contact you, it's totally okay to say, I will respond within 24 hours, or I check my email periodically on these days. That's okay to let them know that. It sets clear expectations.
Great. And the other thing about platforms, there are a lot of different demographics that attend farmers markets, come to our direct-to-consumer spaces, etc. With that, are there some guidelines on what ages are responding, or on what social platform, or is there a good place for folks to go for research on that?
Yes, so there are lots of opportunities to research that online. Honestly, if you just type out like the social media platform you're considering and then demographics, you can find lots of research about it. I would say typically your younger audience, if that's who you're aiming to connect with more, they're going to be on Instagram and TikTok. Audience who maybe is age 30 or older is more likely to be on Facebook. It just kind of depends on your area as well. I think a lot of more rural areas tend more towards Facebook or TikTok even, where more urban areas might venture towards Instagram. It just it depends. And looking at your insights, if you already have some of these accounts, and seeing how many people you're reaching in your analytics that the site itself provides can be really informative too.
Got it. The last question we'll take, and then we'll go to our next speaker, Lexi, is there a good place to advertise products during the season that places like Facebook doesn't allow? And the example given were eggs.
Yes, so there are some other marketplaces out there that you can consider. Things, and this might sound weird to say, but Craigslist is still a great place for people to connect on things like that. And there are a lot less regulations or censorship going on there. But there are a lot of other marketplaces that are forming that are specifically for these types of farm fresh and ag products. I would suggest Googling to find some in your area. I'm a little bit biased, but I do work with hitchpin.com. Check them out. They have a farm fresh category that you can list things on.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Lexi. If you want to go ahead and take your screen down, we'll be able to have our next speaker keep going on the morning. That was great information, and thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Lexi. That was great. I know I'm not a marketer myself, and that was very, like you said, you don't have to be stressed about it. I think was really a good message for me, at least, for sure. Thank you very much, Lexi, and thanks, Dana. So we are excited. Our next speaker is here and ready to go as well. Great, he's shared his screen. So the next presentation that we have is best practices for business success, which includes pricing, displays, consumer interaction hints. So we've learned a lot about marketing, and now we're gonna have even more information on how to succeed at the farmer's market. So this is from Brian Coppom, and he's with the Colorado Agriculture Future Loan Program Manager with the Colorado Department of Agriculture. So in October of 2013, Brian joined the Boulder County Farmers Market in Colorado as their executive director after unexpectedly getting a taste of the impact local agriculture can have in our lives. Brian had the pleasure of spending his days applying his previous experience in business operations and project startups to the nonprofit mission of supporting local farmers, ranchers, and food artisans in their connections with the community. During his 8 years at the Boulder County Farmers Market, Brian oversaw a 9% year-over-year increases in attendance and farm sales, becoming the first nonprofit executive to be named Colorado CEO of the Year. Very cool. And has had the pleasure of becoming a TEDx Boulder speaker, advocating for connections to local food. He and his family eat copious amounts of vegetables, fruit, and meat grown by local farmers and ranchers and love it. Ready to take on a new challenge, Brian left the Boulder County Farmers Market to join the Colorado Department of Agriculture and setting up a new loan program for Colorado farmers, ranchers, and processors. So Brian, this looks like a beautiful title screen. And so we are excited to hear from you. So thanks very much, Brian, for being here today.
Oh, thank you very much, Londa. And I apologize that intro was so long. When I wrote it, it didn't seem as long as I put you through all that. So I assume that everybody can hear me okay. And good morning. I understand it's 11 degrees in Kansas right now. Just to make you feel a little bit better, it's 3 degrees here in Colorado. So you're a little bit ahead of us on that one. Okay, let's see if this is going to work for me. Hang on one second, and boom. All right. Well, first of all, I would really like to recognize the work that Janelle and Londa and the team has done in putting this together. I certainly understand, as I know many of you do, particularly you market managers, how much work goes into any event, and these kinds of conferences are an incredible amount of work. And I think the quality of this conference certainly speaks to the passion that the Colorado Department of Agriculture has and the From the Land of Kansas team has for local agriculture and supporting farmers markets. At the CDA, we do have a similar program. It's called Colorado Proud. It also supports farmers markets as well as promoting Colorado product. So I know how important those are, and it's valuable work. So thank you for all of that. Let me tell you a little bit about myself, just in addition to the intro that Londa gave, so you have some context. So for 8 years, as Londa mentioned, I was the executive director of Boulder County Farmers Markets. I came there actually from telecommunications, which is not a natural fit for farmers markets, or at least it wouldn't seem to be, but the strength that I brought was really business operations. And not long after joining the organization, I really understood how valuable agriculture is, how valuable our local food system is, how important food entrepreneurship is, and became heavily invested in really advocating for those functions and trying to use the market to help expand this message of what you all do and how important that is. Now, just about 4 months ago, I joined the Colorado Department of Agriculture to run this program, which Londa did an excellent job of my title, because I always stumble over it, as the Colorado Agricultural Future Loans Program Manager. But essentially, we are giving low interest loans to farmers and ranchers and food processors with a focus on underrepresented and under-resourced communities. I am very happy to say that the farmers market has now an excellent interim executive director. She's amazing and is going to just continue to do amazing things for the farmers market. So I miss it, but it's a great relief to me to know that it's in such good hands. And then finally, I'm also a board member of the Farmers Market Coalition, which some of you may be familiar with. It's a nonprofit that does work for farmers markets around the country in areas of advocacy and providing tools and for farmers market managers, it's really an excellent organization. All right, so let's jump in. We can always start with the Yogi Berra quote in any situation, and this is no different. His particular wisdom here is definitely applicable to us because it is very important to your success that you know where you are going. So here's the question. Why are you at the market? And our ability to answer this honestly really helps us determine how we get to where we want to be, because we have to know, as Yogi reminds us, where that is. So option one, because it's fun. Some people may engage in the market because they're a foodie, they love to be part of the community. And by the way, this can be for food artisans. It can apply to farmers as well, farmers and ranchers. I mean, there are people who love that activity, and the market is a great way for them to engage in it. One thing I would say about if it's for fun, know that your neighbors around you may not have the same objectives. So is it for business? Maybe you're building a business and the market is an important distribution channel. Or maybe it is because someone made you. And while as unlikely as this may seem, this is a little bit how I felt the first time my wife was accepted as a vendor to the market. And she asked me to set up the booth on that very first morning. So I completely identify with this individual here. For most, however, they're here for business. You're here because you're building business. And so it's very important in building a business to follow this fundamental rule. Now, this isn't about farmers markets per se, or being at a farmers markets. It's just good practice in any business. If you're going to be in business, it's important to be a business owner. And that suggests things like setting goals, understanding if you're increasing your sales, how much do you plan on increasing your sales this year or this month? Being honest about where you are and how are you doing. Are we doing great? Are we struggling? If we're struggling, apply critical thinking. Why are we struggling? If we're doing great, apply critical thinking. Why are we doing great? How can we do more of that? Be resourceful, of course, is essential in any enterprise. And be persistent, but not blind. So this is a word of encouragement to you food entrepreneurs out there. And I have some firsthand experience with this because my wife started her own food enterprise. And as you may know, in this area, there's a lot of food startups that come out of here. So it would appear to be an easy thing, but you know that it's not. It's very difficult. It is a low cost of entry, which invites people into the industry, but it takes a lot of cash to keep it going, and it just takes a lot of effort. So that persistence is absolutely critical. But the not being blind part is really about, again, going back to being honest with ourselves. Are we doing great? Are we exhausted? Are we struggling? Are we ready to throw in the towel? Are we ready to celebrate? And whichever end of the spectrum we are on that, just really kind of owning it, because there are so many challenges that you'll experience as a business, and you're aware of this, that I think the more that we are open and understanding to what those are, the easier it is to accommodate some of those. And if after careful consideration of all of these things, you're quite decided that the farmers market is your path, then we're going to advance the slide and say, this is the only slide you need. If you have to get your coffee, you have to use the bathroom, you don't have enough time to listen to all this, Just remember this one slide because it encapsulates everything that comes after it. 1, your success is about the customer. And I mean this in the most the most supportive way. I think it's sometimes easy for us to get lost in the moment of what we do, or our grandmother's recipe that we have out there, or the work we put in on the farm, or the story of why we're here. But ultimately, it is the customer who will determine whether we are successful or not, whether that demand is there to allow us to do what we want to do. So it really has to be from the perspective of the customer. And we'll talk about how this looks at the market in a moment. The farmer's market is energy made manifest. Yes, I live in Boulder County, so I can get a little woo-woo about this, but I am an absolute believer in this. I don't think it's too far out there. When you approach the market, you can feel it. Everybody in the market can feel it. They feel what it's like to be there. And what's important about that is that you, vendors, staff, managers, you define that energy. And it is palpable. It is one of the reasons that people love farmers markets. And there are a number of different inputs. You know, there's hundreds of inputs. Now, 20% of those make up, of course, 80% of the experience. And when customers have a positive experience, you win. And it's real simple to think about that when we think of our own habits, but I think sometimes it can be difficult when we're standing on the other side of the table to remember that, because there's so much we have to manage. We can get involved in really just our own experience. And of course, when customers don't have a positive experience, everyone loses. That's when the market really isn't fulfilling its potential, when all of those data points are adding up to something that really doesn't feel good to people. So I have a model I'd like to share with you about how to think about this. All right, well, I actually should say Abraham Maslow has a model for us to think about this. His model, the hierarchy of needs, is based on human motivation, but it's an apt way to think about how to think about our customers. And remember, the number one rule is it's about the customer. So Maslow's table walks through, his pyramid walks through various stages of needs or development, from the lowest level, which is based on survival, to the highest level, which I like to think of as how our dogs view us in the self-actualized state, if only we could achieve that. And although appearing academic, the pyramid is actually an excellent structure to apply to your participation at the market. And in the next few slides, I'll show you what I mean. Right, so first level, physiological needs. These are largely assumed. This is, food, water, shelter, all of these kinds of things. And we can safely assume that these needs have already been met before someone comes to the market. But it is important to remember that that may not feel true or be true for everyone. For instance, for people who are experiencing food insecurity, they may very much be focused on these physiological needs. Or someone has a disability that limits their access. It's just good to remember we're not all in the same place. That said, however, typically somebody's experience at the market starts with safety needs. And these are both emotional and physical. So I want to impress that this is incredibly fundamental. The idea of feeling safe at the market is just the foundation to somebody's experience, and everybody has a role to play in that. It often seems to fall on the market manager to make sure that everybody's safe. And that's unfortunate because it's actually everybody's role. And that's where the market manager and staff and then the vendors, really, you're in partnership with each other. And I know that as a vendor, it can feel like, look, all of this stuff is just stupid bureaucracy that I have to deal with. But most of the practices that are put in place at farmers markets are there because there's evidence over time indicating that that is necessary to create that customer experience, and safety is where it starts. And we'll show some examples about that in a moment. Then above safety, we have love and belonging. And this is where farmers markets shine. This is where people come and they just get that amazing experience that you deliver. It's that feeling of connectedness and creating a community. And when we feel safe, so again, going back to that bottom level, when we feel safe, when I feel safe from being injured or accosted or deceived, when I feel safe, I'm open to experience love and belonging. And that is what is the archetype of farmers markets that we often think about. And then esteem. This is a really interesting one because this is an idea of like how we feel about ourselves, how the experience I have with you as a vendor lifts my esteem, my sense of who I am, and strengthens that. And then finally, we have the state that our dogs think we're in, which is self-actualization. Self-actualization has so many different elements to it. It's beauty, growth, discovery. These are things that we are now open to as we have experienced these different levels that we're going through. So this is interesting theory, but how do you apply it? Well, let's look at some examples. Safety. Let me start by saying people do not like uncertainty. That is why there is at almost every market, one end of the market that all the vendors consider to be the B space. It's not the best space because typically one end of the market has a little less crowded, or it's close to that roadway, or there's something about it that results in less density, and therefore it feels less safe, because if it was safe, everybody would be congregating there, and they're not. This idea, again, is so fundamental. So what impacts safety? Honesty and integrity put people at ease. Be honest about the ingredients. Be honest about cropping systems. Be transparent about how things are grown, how animals are raised. And I can say from experience that I've seen vendors who stretch the truth. In business, it's, as you know, it's sometimes called telling the truth skillfully. And when asked a question like, or is this organic? The answer is, well, it's not organic, but we use feed that was waved under the moon and washed in the sea, and it just doesn't quite add up. I mean, we understand that there's organic methods that may not be certified organic, and that's wonderful, but be transparent about it. When people start obfuscating what they don't want to say, it's palpable. And so people respond negatively to that. We get customer complaints when vendors do that. They know it, they feel it. So this kind of just open honesty, transparency really sets up a great platform for building that trusting relationship with your customer. Little things like, if you are allowed to sample, give people a sample so they don't feel like they are at risk for making an all-in purchase with something that they're uncertain about. And the other wonderful thing about sampling is the principle of reciprocity, which is a kind of highfalutin way of saying that when you give something to somebody, they have a natural desire to give something back to you. And what that usually looks like is a purchase. It's a way of building. And there's also something else that happens in sampling. We know that food is nourishing. And we very rarely have a party without food. Meetings are better with food at them. It just creates a very different environment. So when we hand somebody food, there's a kind of an elemental, almost ancestral act of exchange that's happening. There's kind of a nurturing event in that very small moment. And those are the kinds of moments that can build. And at their simplest level, it eases the sense of uncertainty, which increases the sense of safety. And then showing your pricing, make it large, make it obvious. This is something that I think often is misunderstood. So if you put yourself in the customer's shoes, the idea of discovery is a wonderful one, but what we don't want to do is walk into a booth. Me as a customer, I don't want to walk into the booth and say, oh my God, this looks amazing, I'd love to get one. And then the person says, oh, that's $20 a loaf. And I wasn't ready to pay $20 a loaf. I had no idea it was going to be $20 a loaf because there's no pricing. And now I feel stupid. I'm embarrassed. Do I act like it's no big deal because, hey, I want to be perceived like it's no big deal. I don't want to look like I'm cheap. So I pay and then I resent that I was put in that situation? Or do I say, oh, I'm sorry, that's more than I had expected. But there's still that kind of like, now am I being judged? What about the people behind me? They probably know it's $20 a loaf. We have to create an environment in these booths that helps people feel invited in by not setting a trap for them, not having that feeling that they're going to be sandbagged if they come in. And that is why I often experienced vendors who had good signage, who had good pricing and showed it, had more engagement because it just, again, feels safer. And that safety is one of the fundamental layers that you want to present to customers. So they are now open to engaging with you. Now, speaking of pricing, this question comes up a lot. How to price? And so I thought we'd just take a quick detour around this because it's complicated and it gets easier the longer you're in it because you get a sense for it, but it's hard to know where to start. So let's look at some of the different methods that you can use to price. There's two primary methods. One is the business method. This is the way you will be taught to price if you are in a business class. So the first thing is you're going to take your direct costs of goods, your direct costs, which are also known as cost of goods sold, and you're going to apply a markup. So what are your costs of goods sold? We'll get to that in a moment, but essentially it's all of the work you put into producing that product. And then your markup is simply how much more are you going to charge for that item in order to cover your costs and hopefully make a little bit. So your markup should cover the costs that are above your cost of goods sold. And we'll go into this in a little bit more detail in the next slide, plus some profit. Now, this is not great for startups. This pricing methodology is not great for startups, simply because typically your production is going to be much less efficient at low volume than at high volume. And as a startup, you're going to have lots of inefficiency in your system. That's the nature of a startup. There's nothing wrong with it, but that's why you feel so tired at the end of the day, because you are burning calories to make up for those inefficiencies that you don't have in equipment or the supply chain or packaging or whatever it may be, labor that you've outsourced. Which then brings us to our second common methodology, which I call the tofu method. And I call it the tofu method because tofu is, takes on the flavor of the seasonings around it. So in this case, you basically research others in the area. We have this illustration of the bell curve here to illustrate that there's a pricing spectrum, and most people pricing a similar product in a similar situation are going to fall in the middle of that bell curve. Now, some are going to be low because that is their thing. That is their advantage, is they have a lower cost of production, so they're going to compete on a price basis. Some prices are going to be high because potentially they have that vendor may feel they have a competitive advantage in their quality or in their ingredients or in their mission that people will pay more for. But back to the idea of intention, this has to be really thoughtfully considered. What is that advantage? And I think Lexi's presentation spoke to that as well. It's how do we really articulate it in a way, because yes, I know my grandmother's recipe is amazing and everybody would pay extra for it, but how do I explain that to the customer that's going to take a risk on this? So in this case, you're going to research, and typically, you might start at looking at the upper middle part of, if you have a new product, for instance, if you're a grower and you have carrots, it's the first year at the market, look around to see what other carrot prices look like. See what they are at the grocery store. Go to other markets and see how they're pricing. Remember the context of your products, excuse me, which will include the value added. Is it organic? Is it fair trade? Is it fair labor? Clean seeds, all those kinds of things, or not. That'll affect your pricing. But take a survey, and then if the average is $4.50 a bunch, try $5 a bunch. But make sure to know how big your bunches are. And again, be very thoughtful and intentional about it. And then you can modify your pricing and do it intentionally. So the farmers market is an environment that many large organizations would salivate to be able to participate in, because you have access to hundreds and thousands of potential customers, and they can give you feedback on questions like your product quality, your pricing, your serving volume, your customer service, your logo, your brand. Those are all things that you can actually collect information on if you are intentional about doing so. So if you've established a price point, say you start out at $5 a bunch for carrots, or $5 a loaf for bread, or $5 for a bottle of salsa, increase it the next week, $5.50, and track your volume. See what happens to your volume of purchases. Decrease it to $4.50. See what happens to your volume of purchases. Typically, we know that it's going to fall along that supply-demand line, that the higher your price goes, your price elasticity is relatively narrow. So the higher your price goes, the lower your purchases will go. But, and again, back to Lexi's presentation, if you can really communicate those key values of your product that will resonate with your customer, they may in fact be very happy to pay that extra 50 cents or dollar, because you've aligned with their values, and that's critical to them. So just as a real quick overview of these terms, cost of goods sold are the direct costs involved in producing your product, not marketing it, not selling it, not paying taxes, not insurance, not the books. Those are all administrative costs. the cost of goods sold are the labor, the supplies, the ingredients, the materials, the seeds, whatever you have, delivery that's involved in producing your product. And I wanted to talk real quick about markup versus margin, because this is often a point of confusion. Markup is simply from the perspective of cost. So if your cost is $10 to bake a loaf of bread, and you believe that if you get another $5 on top of that, if your direct cost is $10, that $5 will cover your cost of marketing, of keeping your books, of insurance, and leave you a little bit extra, well, and paying yourself, of course, and leave you a little bit extra, which would be profit, then your markup is 50%. 50% of $10 is $5. You add the two together, you get $15. Now, conversely, margin is seen from the perspective of price. So in markup, we took the cost, we did a calculation to it, and we arrived at our eventual price. In margin, you start with the price. So if the price is $15 and you have $5 of markup in that, your margin, excuse me, your margin, excuse me one moment. There we go. Your margin is 33%. I know this sounds potentially rudimentary, but these two terms can really get you in a lot of trouble if you don't differentiate them, particularly if you are going to be doing any wholesale. Because if the grocer asks you, what is your margin? Or you ask them, I'd like to sell this for $3. And he says, well, our margin needs to be 50%. So, we'll take it for $3 and we'll price it at that. And you assume that the margin is the same as markup, then you're going to mark it up to $1.50, but it's actually a $2 price that he needs to get out of it. So it's pretty important to understand the difference. And just as a final reminder, it's actually a lot of fun to bring out at cocktail parties because it makes us all sound really smart. All right, so back to our regularly scheduled program, Love and Belonging. We understand this intuitively at the market. We tend to live it there. Markets are one of the most emotionally safe public spaces we can experience. Safety creates openness, vulnerability, again, back to safety, which leads to love and belonging. And if you don't believe me, try searching the internet for terms like angry farmers market, bad farmers markets, dangerous farmers markets. I tried all of those to try to find images that were the what not to do, and there aren't any. They're all pictures of smiling people. And that is what we love about it, and that's that love and belonging. The balance, though, is fragile. So as stewards of the farmers market energy, it's important that we think about things like, understanding our customers are people. They really matter. What they want matters, and not treating them like rubes who, are just coming to make a sale so that we can be nationally famous, in some national channel. And then also the interactions with other vendors at the market actually set a really strong energetic tone. So being respectful of other vendors, not smack talking other vendors. If there's a disagreement, try to resolve it so it can be moved past. Those kinds of interactions, even though they're not visible to the public, are felt by the public. And certainly all of that contributes to the sense of love and belonging. And then esteem as a vendor. How do you reflect the esteem of an individual? Well, choice gives agency to the customer. That's one element of esteem. That's something that Boulder County Farmers Markets found in the food access programs, the food security programs, is that people want choice. And when they have choice, it feels good. And of course, that makes perfect sense. We all want choice. Our entire economic system seems to be built on the ability to deliver choice. Choice gives agency to the customer, even within the same product. So like on the lower illustration here, or the lower photo, you see people choosing from a selection of items. They want to be able to pick something for themselves. Treat people with respect and consideration. That affects their esteem. Very simple ideas. And then self-actualization. This is where it gets fun. So here we can talk about beauty as an item of self-actualization. So thoughtful signage and labels and appealing containers. And you are in an industry that is incredibly visual. It's very odd. I have yet to find a photographer who, when asked to shoot at the farmer's market, was like, I can't find anything to take a photograph of. It's just a visual extravaganza. Take advantage of that. For signage, this top photo here, I love this one. The signage is, of course, incredibly simple. They just wrote onto this paper, but it's effective. They have the pricing on there. They have a description of the product. And this brown paper has a certain kind of butcher block appeal. The peaches in these bags they're archetypal. People love that, the brown bag in the produce. The strawberries in this case are in these wonderful little tins, and people won't take those tins home with them. You'll have a bag to put the strawberries in once they purchase them, but it really communicates care and quality when they see that. And then the question of universal, what is that really about? It's just important to note that most of the markets that we participate in, you and I, they are based on a European aesthetic of what a farmer's market or a market should look like. And that's fine. However, a great number of your potential customers don't come from Europe. And so what are their aesthetics of how a farmer's market should look like? What is their sense of beauty? And I would encapsulate this idea pretty quickly in just this anecdote of someone we worked with in the food access area who said, and she's from Mexico, and said, when I go to the farmer's market, it's just kind of, everything looks too expensive because it doesn't look like the way I'm used to seeing produce displayed. It's all just too perfect. So she favored more like more of a casual display. But while that may be true, you always want to go with abundance. You are probably aware of that anecdote, pile it high and watch it fly. It's a little goofy, but it works. It always works. And that's why you have that last bunch on the table and nobody will buy it, because why didn't somebody else buy it? Why is it the only one there? So stack things, display real product if you can versus pictures. I know with proteins that can be hard. Fill the space, create that sense of abundance. When we have that sense of abundance, we just feel like the world is our oyster. And what you do creates an amazing opportunity to create that sense of abundance if you fill the space. And this top photo is not the best example of using crates or things like that to fill the space, but it is an example. So you can, even if you don't have enormous mounds of product, you can set up some props to actually fill a lot of space. Put up a, put up a crate with some straw in it to have your product on. Add some flowers, not necessarily for sale, but they fill up the space and they're beautiful. Have a few things that really accentuate your product that help fill up the space and draw attention to it. All of those are very doable and manageable in a market setting. And then discovery and growth. So teach about the food. In this lower image, this example, this is Eric Skokan from Black Cat Farm here in the area. He happens to be a chef, so he's got a lot to say when people ask, but he's also the farmer, and farmers know a lot. When you bake your bread or you make your salsa or whatever it is, you know a lot about your food. Teach people, increase their sense of food literacy. We are largely a food illiterate nation, and it's incredibly empowering, and it helps lift esteem to understand food and give them a safe place to try new things. So this is really important because food is intimidating. The farmer's market can be very intimidating. For those of us who have been there a long time, we may forget that, but to walk in and not know the difference between radishes or the difference between a bun and a croissant or a muffin and a cupcake or whatever it is, it's important that we're able to speak to those and in a respectful way that really lifts this idea of the customer's experience and welcome them in as somebody who doesn't know a lot and teach them with passion about what you do so that they become excited about it. All right, now we're going to switch gears. I've just got about another minute I want to spend on this, the rest of this presentation. But I did want to speak real quick because I know there's some of you are market managers. So what does this really look like as market managers? So real simply, this is true for everybody. Engagement is key. If we're going to get people involved in the local food system and you are part of the local food system, that will be through the experience of it, because we can talk until we're blue in the face, but that's not going to get somebody from King Soopers to the market. It's the experience of it when they go there and have that amazing experience that will get them to come back. So safety, it's real simple. We all have to work together on this. Everybody, this is vital. Tent weights, sneeze guards, safe electrical circuits, loading in and loading out in an organized way so people don't get run over or feel that they're going to get run over. Clear the street. Food handling. I know it's a pain in the butt to do, have to follow these food regulations, but man, you know, what's even worse is getting somebody sick at the market and having an article in the paper, how somebody got food poisoning at the market. That is going to kill everybody, not just the individual who had that unsafe food. Love and belonging. How as managers do we create love and belonging? That feeling of welcomeness, the organized space, it's clean, it's easy to find help, it's meeting customers and vendors with a smile, communicating clear expectations about your hours, what happens if the weather's bad, are you an all-weather market or not? Enforcing the rules. It's just one of the most unpleasant aspects of being a staff member at a market, but the rules do need to be enforced. And that helps everybody because we're back to safety and all the other things we talked about. And diversify your vendors because that will diversify your customer base. We have tried many things in order to diversify our customer base, and nothing has worked as well as just getting in a greater diversity of vendors because people like to see themselves. They feel safe when they see themselves reflected in an activity or in an event. And then self-actualization. This is when farmers markets are a safe place. As I mentioned before, people open up. They have that experience that we all love for them to have. So a lot of this is about just creating that environment for them to have those other experiences, but specifically on the idea of abundance, you know, it's really important to fill your market. Don't have gaps between tents. Push people together. Yes, you'll have a shorter market, but it will have the density that people feel attracted to. And beauty is about the clean and having good signage and things well organized and helping your vendors. And that is the end of my slides. I wanted to make sure that there were time for questions here. So I will stop sharing and open it up for those questions. So,
Well, Londa, your mic's not on again, so I'll just go ahead and take a few questions that we have. Brian, thank you very much for a great presentation. You talked a lot about the feelings and the love and belonging and that sense of community with that. We had a question that came in about your thoughts about when the customers may bring their dogs or other animals to the market. So
Yeah.
what are just some thoughts on that?
oh dear, it's complicated. So the Boulder County Farmers markets are dog free. And it really rankles. I mean, my God, in Boulder County, people love their dogs. So it's really hard for people to be told they can't bring their dogs. And the best we can do is really try to put it in context for them that your dog is amazing. I totally understand that. However, we have had animals that are urinating on tents, eating food off of tables. There have been incidents of children being bitten because they're right at the level of those dogs. There are people who are afraid of dogs. They don't know your dog and they've had bad experiences. And all of that adds up to, we have to have one single policy. So in order to keep everybody safe and feeling comfortable, we don't allow pets. I'm really so sorry about it. And then we give them a dog biscuit and hope that they're okay with that. Same thing with petitioners. You know, the bane of the market manager, the petitioners who come down and harass people to sign their petition. It's a wonderful democratic process, but that's not why the market exists. Yes, it is a community gathering spot, but vendors are paying to create that spot. Petitioners are not. And people don't like to be approached. They don't like to be hawked to. So it's really often about creating the context. And then really, you just have to be willing to take the frustration that people feel when they're told no. And it is one of the hard things about running a market.
Like I say, a lot of this is family oriented, from the producers to the customers with it. The photos that you had in your presentation mainly showed adults behind the table as the producers with that. Thoughts on incorporating all of your family behind the table and selling those products to your customers?
We've seen tremendous positive response to families who represent their business at the farmers market. It's important that the children that if you have young children, you know, you don't want distractions. Like the children are beautiful and amazing, and yet people are there because they're interested in what you produce. And so if you can get the children involved in a productive way in taking money and handing it to you, really being part of the process, people absolutely love that. I think it's a wonderful thing to do. And just try to make it as organized as possible, give everybody a job. And if they can't have a job and are, you know, drawing on the floor, that's okay. I put them back in the background just a little bit so you can have a conversation without interruption with your customer.
I've had some of my best experiences at farmers markets when the youth are presenting those products and telling me the story. So that's always very heartfelt with it. Along those lines with it on making everybody feel very comfortable, sometimes that's not easy. Some folks are much better producers than they are upfront salespeople. Do you have some tips for those that may not be as outgoing to help them as the market season's coming to maybe increase that comfort level and not just standing behind the table expecting the customers to do all the initiation of the conversation?
Right. I think it's often true that we go into, many people go into running their own business because they like to do things on their own and they're not necessarily social creatures. And that's difficult because you need a social creature to some extent who's really embracing that customer and building trust. So I have a couple thoughts on that. One is put somebody else up front if you really don't like to do it. If you have a staff member or a relative. The other, if you're doing it, relate to people as who you are. Come from a place of integrity about yourself. So you may not be a smiley, huggy type who, just easily strikes up conversation, but you have a passion about something and you can share that. And typically those people who aren't seen as the kind of glad handers, when you get them on a topic they care about, man, you can't get them to stop talking. So think about, if you're that person, think about how you can engage with people, like maybe just offer an insight in the product they're buying, a little tidbit or something. Doesn't have to be free will and love. It just, just a little courteous exchange, and offer them something they didn't know. And then consider like Toastmasters or something like that if you're interested in really developing that personal skill.
Well, great. We had a question, and it looks like it's kind of come back to policy with managers about vendors bringing their dogs. You see one dog with a vendor, then the customers feel like they bring one as well. Did your market have policy for their vendors as well?
We did. Some vendors did bring their dogs. They have brought their dogs, and the answer is no. There's no way. We have to demonstrate what we're asking. So it makes zero sense to me to have vendors with their dogs behind the booth and customers being told they can't bring their animals. So it just doesn't work. It's like, it's hypocritical. And hypocrisy does not create a feeling of safety and trust and relationship. It creates a barrier.
I want to go back to the beginning of your presentation, and you really talked about energy. And energy is the success of the market, the customer, the participant, the whole experience with that. The season gets long. So do you have some tips about maybe how to bring that energy week in, week out, if you've got 3 or 4 markets a week, to where you're not burnt out? Do you, like I say, do you have some fallbacks for our participants to think about as the season gets going?
I really wish I did. We recognize that there's that mid-season slump, usually happens right around September when peak season is about to roll in, but the novelty of starting the season again kind of wears off and people are tired. It's hard work. Typically I find that once people are at the market, they get involved in the energy, whether they like it or not, or whether they think they had it in them. But I think the biggest thing is really know that everybody's feeling the same way. Get lots of rest, eat well, treat yourself well, but understand you're bringing something really incredible to the community. And that means something. That should mean something to you as a vendor. So in those moments where you need to dig deep to find that little bit of oomph, really appreciate what you do and value what you do, and give yourself that, esteem that comes from that. And also, it's okay if you have an off day. It really is. And maybe you can find a weekend where somebody else can take the booth and you can go on a little holiday. Have a staff member who you would turn it over to have some succession plan in case something happens to you. And maybe that's a relative. It's simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. And somebody else may be able to fill in for you and give it a try and just take a break.
Well, great. There aren't any other questions in the chat. Brian, thank you very much for your time this morning. Londa, Janelle, I'll turn it back to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, my microphone is really not happy this morning, but thank you. So my microphone needs to hear your talk, Brian, about how to be more happy and content. I will say just really briefly, my son, my 8-year-old is very afraid of dogs. He was bit by a dog, and he just is super uncomfortable whenever there's a dog. And so yes, when we go to our local farmers market, if there's a dog, he would freak out and would probably want to stay in the car. And so anyway, I'm not not trying to advocate for one decision or the other, but I support your decision, Brian, because unfortunately it's complicated. And anyway, like, I think that kind of sums it up well, that it's complicated. So but just to recognize, there are safety issues with having that too. And as a food safety person myself, I appreciated your comments about safety, and it's always about balancing, all the different needs of different people. And so thanks again, Brian. That was great. I really, it makes me look forward to our farmers market season and look forward to being able to go to farmers markets again. So thanks again for your presentation. Really appreciate it. So with that, we are now going to, actually, this is maybe a good segue, talking about things like dogs, sorry. But we're going to be talking about legal risks. So now we're going to be having Emily Spiegel. She's with the Vermont Law School, and she has a beautiful background again. And her topic today is how to identify common legal risks farmers markets face and best practices for managing them. So Emily is a professor in the Center for Agriculture and Food Systems at the Vermont Law School, where she works with students to create legal resources on issues including farmers markets, seafood regulation, farm bill policies, food system resilience, and more. Her background is in food systems law and international development. She received her JD from Duke Law School and her BS in foreign service from Georgetown University. So thank you very much for joining us today, Emily. We really appreciate it and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much, Wanda. I'm really pleased to be here. I'm going to take just a second to share my screen. Let's see. Is that showing up for you? Okay, fantastic. Kind of shifted everything for me, so I got to rearrange for a second. All right, yes, thank you so much. Really pleased to be able to join you all virtually today. My background is actually the campus at Vermont Law School, or it's, I guess, right next to the campus. This is the White River that our campus overlooks. This is not what it looks like clearly at this time of year, but this is how I wish it felt all year long. So the primary topic that I wanted to share with you all today is one of the legal resources that we've created at the Center for Agriculture and Food Systems, which is the Farmers Market Legal Toolkit. But just first to give you a little bit of background about the center and where I'm coming from and why I'm here with you today. Our mission at the center, or CAFS, is to train law and policy students to develop real-world solutions for a more sustainable and just food system. And we do that, of course, through directly teaching students, but also through developing legal resources that are available to folks kind of across the value chain and across the food system. And we partner with a range of organizations to develop these legal tools and resources for different audiences. So that's from farmers to distributors to consumers or policymakers. And this slide and the next one have just a few examples of our projects that display kind of the range of areas where we work. So this first one on the far left is the Farmland Access Legal Toolkit. It's designed to help farmers and landowners affordably access and transfer and conserve farmland, with the idea, like with most of our tools, to try to make complex legal processes more approachable, and save farmers and others time and money on legal fees. The second tool that's in the middle, through the Extension Legal Services Initiative, we create resources for food producers that answer legal questions. And a lot of those are resources around the Food Safety Modernization Act. And then the third one on this slide is where I'm going to spend most of my time today, which is of course on the Farmers Market Legal Toolkit. So it's a set of legal resources, best practice recommendations, risk management tools, and some case studies of actual farmers markets and different legal issues they've faced and how they've dealt with them. And I don't have, unfortunately, I don't have the URL on the screen, but for anybody who has a space on screen to kind of follow along on the website, it is just farmersmarketlegaltoolkit.org. So you can take a look now, or I hope you will later. And then kind of moving through the food system, we also have some projects related to healthy food access policies, related to gleaning as well, and surplus and waste issues. Additionally, our center provides a limited amount of direct legal representation in our home state of Vermont. That's not something that we can do nationwide, unfortunately, but our legal resources, which are all available online, are almost all national resources. So they tend to be relevant kind of across the US at least, which includes the Farmers Market Legal Toolkit. So getting to this, I like to kind of start with this question of why a legal toolkit. Most people don't particularly enjoy thinking about legal issues, but why did we think that was important? And the specific topics that are covered in the toolkit are things that were selected in response to recurring questions from farmers market managers. So questions about how business structure would affect their organizations, what kind of business structure to choose, questions about what kinds of legal risks exist and how to manage them, and also how to make the products at their market more available and accessible for all community members. So the Farmers Market Legal Toolkit website launched in 2018. Since that time, we've been periodically adding some additional resources. Many of them are in kind of an easy to print PDF form. So just to give a little bit of an overview of what's in the website, this is a picture of the homepage. And you can see that it's split into kind of three main sections. The first of those is about business structures. So whether it makes sense for a farmer's market to be incorporated as a nonprofit, whether it makes sense for it to be a partnership or an LLC or different types of governance structures. The second section is about implementing SNAP at farmers markets. And so that has some guidance on becoming a SNAP retailer and also on additional programs like those that like double up SNAP bucks kind of programs, things that increase benefits when SNAP dollars are used at farmers markets. And then the third section, which is mostly where I'm going to focus today, is on managing legal risks at markets. And then in addition to these, in the top navigation, there are some other options. As I mentioned, there are some case studies which show stories from farmers markets across the US. And there's also a section of additional resources, and that includes some of the items that I'm going to share a little later in this talk. And additionally, there's a contact form on the website too. So if you do have any follow-up questions, that's a great way to reach us. Right. Getting to legal risks. We think about the legal risks that farmers markets face in kind of 6 main buckets. These first 2, if you're looking down the left-hand side of the slide, are risks that are related to a failure to take proper safety precautions. So as we heard come up with the dog issue in the last talk, sometimes that might be food safety related issues. Sometimes it also might be just the regular kinds of injuries to people that can occur in any public setting. The second 2 buckets of risks that we cover are risks that are related to business relationships. So that might be between the market and the vendors. That might be also, you know, if the market is leasing or renting the location where it's being held, that might be in the relationship with that host site as well. And then the final 2 buckets of risks are related to compliance with the law. And some of the legal areas where farmers markets do have obligations as employers, where they do have obligations as entities that are inviting the public into a particular space as well. For today, I want to mainly focus on that very first category, which is injuries to people. And I'd like to do that using a case study. And so I'll talk a little bit about the scenario and what happened, and then what are some of the tools that can be used to both prevent this kind of accident, and then also to respond to it if it does occur. So the scenario here does come from a real case study that's featured on the toolkit. It's from the Capital City Farmers Market in Montpelier, Vermont. And several years ago, during their regular Saturday market, a customer tripped in an unmarked pothole in the market, fell, and she broke her elbow. And so following that event, she ended up suing the market. So first, taking a step back, thinking about what a market can do to prevent an accident like this from happening. And I'm sure many of you have already spent some time thinking about that issue and about market day safety. One of the tools that we include in the toolkit is guidance for making a market day safety checklist. And this is something that many of you might already be using. If not, it's something I really would encourage you to think about. And this is basically just a checklist that market personnel would use each day the market's open to walk through the market before it opens each day, just to check for safety risks and to make sure that safety precautions are in place. And so again, I realize that this document is probably showing up very small on your screens, so I apologize for that. But you can also find it under the resources tab in the top navigation menu on the site. The goal behind using a checklist like this is to make safety precautions a regular part of your market routine, something that gets routinized, that just gets becomes second nature, basically. The one we have here on the website is organized by topic area and type of risk. So if you're able to see those blue headers, That first section is related to parking and vehicle use. And the second section is related to walkways and pedestrian safety. So that's where you might think about things like tripping hazards. This sheet also has a backside that we can't see here, but it's organized by topic area. But a really good way to personalize it for your own market is to organize a checklist in the order that somebody would actually, that the staff member would walk through the market and check things off. Makes it much easier not to miss anything. And so there are really 2 points to having a checklist like this. The first is, of course, to prevent accidents to the extent possible. And then the second is to show that the market is being diligent in trying to maintain a safe environment. So that way, if an accident does happen at some point, the market can show that it did what it could to prevent unsafe situations, and basically was, responsible in terms of maintaining safety, and hopefully would not be found liable for that accident. However, even with the best safety precautions in place, accidents can happen. Things do come up. And so the second tool that I want to talk about is an incident report form. And again, this example is located under the resources tab. There are a couple of points of this kind of document too. So one of those is actually to help guide a market staff responder through some appropriate steps to take during what could be a really stressful situation if there is an injury occurring at the market. And it could be used for other types of incidents as well. But another purpose is to gather information and to keep a record of what happened during the incident, so that if that information is needed later, it's all in one place. For example, if it does end up needing to be used to defend the market in a lawsuit. So it can show that the market was prepared to handle unexpected situations, and that they took the appropriate steps during the incident. Getting back to our capital city case study, I want to talk a little bit about what happened after the slip and fall incident. So in the case study, what happened was that the injured customer did sue the farmer's market, and her claim was that they failed to maintain safe premises at the market. And she sued for over $100,000 in damages. That would be, I think, a large financial hit for most markets, and certainly for most people who are running markets too. And I don't use that number because I want to scare folks, but I do want to show that in Capital City's case, they had made a few decisions long before the accident occurred that greatly reduced their market's financial risk and put them in a really good position to be able to handle this situation when it came up. And those decisions were around governance and insurance. So on the slide, we have, these are sort of the 4 main buckets of risk management tools that we talk about on the in the toolkit: governance, insurance, market rules and procedures, and record keeping. We've already talked a little bit about a couple of examples of market rules of those of those last 2 types of tools. So a market day safety checklist would be an example of a market procedure. An incident report form would be a form of record keeping. There's a lot more detail on all of these strategies in the toolkit, but I want to take a couple of minutes just to look at what the Capital City Farmers Market did in terms of governance and insurance that really reduced their legal risk. So their first decision was made back when the market was formed. And the Capital City Farmers Market became an incorporated nonprofit organization many years ago. One of the chief benefits of incorporated nonprofits, as well as several other business structures, is that the incorporated entity shields personal assets from liability. So a customer who shifts and falls at the market can still put the market's financial assets at risk, but not the personal bank accounts or the other assets of the market owners or the staff. And I just want to make a quick note that I know that Kansas has some specific legislation around farmers market liability, and it's something different than what I've seen in other states, which I think is really interesting. And so this is just kind of as a reminder that the resources on the toolkit are general, they're nationally applicable. I think they're a really good starting place for thinking about things like business entity formation, but it's also important to think about these state-specific laws that are an important legal context for your individual market that you're running. And so it's important to be aware of those. And then that's another reason that it's ideal, if it's feasible to do so, to get legal advice from a lawyer licensed in your jurisdiction when you're making these kind of big decisions about the market. So that was the first thing that Capital City did that ended up really protecting the market owners and managers from liability. And then the second risk management strategy that really helped them was to have general commercial liability insurance coverage for the market. And in their case, the insurance ended up covering all of the market's legal fees related to the lawsuit, which was about $25,000, and also the settlement agreement that ended the lawsuit, which was another $11,000 or so. So provided really significant financial protection for the market overall. And another, I think, benefit of insurance that's sometimes overlooked is that it can be a helpful way to aid the market in identifying what sources of risk exist there, and hopefully helping to manage those as well. Insurance isn't perfect. It doesn't cover everything that could possibly happen at the market, but it does provide an important financial safety net for unforeseen costs like the one Capital City encountered. Of course, it's important to make sure that you understand the coverage that your policy provides, and that you keep the policy up to date with any changes at the market. And so to that end, the last specific tool that I'm sharing today is this annual legal checkup for markets. So this is another one that's located under the resources tab on the toolkit. And this document provides a reminder of things that should be double checked and updated as necessary before the start of every market season to ensure that your market keeps itself in good legal health. So we think of this as sort of the equivalent to, a physical checkup that you might get from a doctor. And so again, if you're able to see in the tiny print, the heading for section 2 is about insurance updates in particular. And you can see that you'd want to check in on your insurance coverage and be sure that whatever policy coverage you had last year is still adequate if there have been changes in the market itself. Things like its location or size or other market policies that might evolve over time. So these are just kind of a handful of tools to manage legal risks, and just kind of a reminder that today I've really only focused on one type of legal risk, which is the injuries to people. And of course, there are several other sources of legal risk at farmers markets, and different risk management tools can be used in different combinations to address them. So there's a lot more information about that in the toolkit. I really encourage folks to take a look through when you get a chance. We try to make the resources as user-friendly as possible, and hope that they can be a jumping off point for building resources of your own as well. But just really encourage folks, especially at the start of the season, to think about how your market currently addresses legal risks, what tools you currently use to do that, and what other tools that you could add to your own market's legal toolkit. I'm gonna leave this slide up for just a moment for anybody who might be interested in following CAPS or learning about our other legal resources as well. And then let me leave it on this one that actually has the link of importance on it. I hope you'll all have a chance to check it out. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or follow-ups. I'd be more than happy to hear from you all. And I guess I'll close there, and I'm open for questions if anyone has those.
Emily, there are a couple questions
Okay.
out there. So the first one that came in is, do individual vendors have a legal risk just for selling at the market, for something that happens at the market, but not at their booth? So would an individual vendor have a legal risk if something happens at the market, but not at their booth?
Yeah. Let me answer that with starting with a couple of caveats, because I am a lawyer. That's how we like to talk, unfortunately. So one of those is I can't give specific legal advice to specific situations, not least because I'm not licensed in Kansas. Yeah, so I'll start with that, and then say in general, I mean, it's a little bit hard to answer in a really general way. My general response is basically no, but with that strong caveat that's, it's really hard to give that answer in a way that covers everything that might fall into that situation. I think the way that I would encourage vendors to think about it is primarily in terms of learning kind of what their scope of legal risk is themselves. And I know some markets are more active than others in terms of requiring vendors to carry insurance for those kind of risks. And some kind of provide more guidance than others on that, but I would encourage vendors to particularly to look into insurance, but also the sort of risks that are inherent to their role in it. And I should say the Farmers Market Legal Toolkit is primarily directed more toward market managers, but there are some resources in there that are probably equally applicable to vendors too. So there are some things in there that might be helpful guidance, but I think it's definitely worthwhile for vendors to think about that individually.
Great. We do have folks participating today that sell direct to consumer from maybe their farm with it and those type of things. Does your toolkit have information for those that are direct to consumer that may not be at an organized farmers market?
It doesn't have resources that are directly targeted in that way, but The resources around accepting SNAP also include direct marketing farmers. So that's one place. And then the resources around business entity formation are generally applicable, I would say, beyond farmers markets. So the examples we use are more about farmers markets, but there's still, the basic principles about, what constitutes a sole proprietorship or a partnership or these other forms of businesses are things that would be applicable also to direct marketing farmers. So I guess, going back to the first question for just a second, I think one thing that might complicate that question is a little bit is when we think about some of the risks that might occur at farmers markets, something like a trip hazard, that could be, from a pothole that just exists in the market space, but that could also be from something like the tie downs for an individual vendor's tent. So it gets a little bit hard to kind of tease out what is just a market responsibility or what might also be a vendor responsibility.
Oh, great. Emily, Janelle dropped into the chat the benefit of a farmer's market being registered with the Kansas Central Registration of the Farmers Markets, and the link there that also has resources listed. It talks a little bit more specific to Kansas with that. Emily, there aren't any more questions in the chat for you, and actually we're scheduled for a little bit of a break right now. Okay. Janelle, you want to lead us into break?
Yeah, thanks, Dana. So as Dana said, we actually are going to start. It's 10:46 here. We're going to give you a 9-minute break to refill those coffee, tea cups, head to the bathroom or whatever you need. And we will start again at 10:55 with Sammy Gleason, my marketing coordinator. She's going to be talking about our From the Land of Kansas program. And then after that, we will have vegetable production being spoken about with some of our K-State Research and Extension folks. We'll answer all your questions about growing vegetables. And then we will finish up with the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. So you will see a little countdown clock here. We'll put on the screen. So as you come back, you'll know how many more minutes you have of break time. And we look forward to seeing you back here at 10:55. Okay, everyone, we have about 30 seconds left here of our break time, and then we will get started back.
Great. Thanks very much, Janelle, and thanks everyone. Hopefully you have mostly made it back, but we'll go ahead and keep moving to keep us on schedule today. So I was just down visiting with our watch party participants here in Olathe, and it's nice to see them here. So I am going to now turn it over to Sammy Gleason with the Kansas Department of Agriculture. And Sammy is going to be talking about the From the Land of Kansas program and the central registration for Kansas farmers markets and any other webinar series that KDA has come up as well. So I am going to turn it over to Sammy. Sammy, are you on? There she is. Great.
Can you hear me now? Awesome. Thanks, Londa. I am Sammy Gleason with From the Land of Kansas. A little bit about me. I live in Riley, Kansas, north of Manhattan. I have 4 children, and they are 7 months old, a 3-year-old, and I have too many to even think, and a 6-year-old, and one in 6th grade. So they keep me busy when I'm not working. So thanks for having me. Sorry, my camera's not on here. Whoops. Get that on. All right. The From the Land of Kansas. So who we are the state trademark program designed to promote and celebrate agriculture experiences and products grown, raised, and produced in Kansas. Here we go. Now you guys can see my face. I really apologize about that. The From the Land of Kansas brand makes it easier for us to support Kansas-made products and Kansas-based businesses. Who can join? Whether you are a big or a small business, you can join our program. Farmers and ranchers, producers and processors, value-added agriculture, manufacturing, restaurants, agritourism, and retail partners. Here is our map. So you can see everybody who is a member. If you would like to become a member, you will be featured on our map. So please view our map to see more categories and regions, and we'll drop that link in the chat. When you become a member with us, your business will show up on this map, and you can click categories or regions to help you find which Kansas business is next door to you. This is a great feature that we have on our website, so please check it out. To qualify for membership, all products and businesses must be in good standing and meet standards set forth by local, state, and national regulating authorities. Additionally, your business must meet at least one of the following requirements. Your business must be 100% of the product is grown, raised, or produced in Kansas. 100% of products are processing, manufacturing, or craftsmanship is done in Kansas. Restaurant is Kansas owned or serves one or more primary Kansas food ingredients. Restaurant needs to identify which food products are from Kansas. And then businesses provide an agriculture-based experience in Kansas. To qualify, agritourism businesses must be registered with the Kansas Department of Tourism. Business offers 3 or more Kansas products for sale in their store. Some benefits that we have to offer. There are many advantages to joining the state trademark program. We offer free and paid benefits. We offer UPC barcodes that we create for you at a cheaper cost. The use of the From the Land of Kansas logo, access to our e-commerce platform, events and trade shows such as the Kansas State Fair, pop-up stores, and we also have a monthly newsletter that we send out as well with lots of information. Discounted rates with the Kansas Value Added Food Labs, and then we will put in the chat, my coworker will put in the chat to review our 2022 benefits, and just by clicking on the View Benefits tab, you will have our whole menu there to view some more benefits that we have to offer. Popular benefit example. The use of our From the Land of Kansas logo is a really popular benefit that we have. According to our 2020 brand study, 80% are more likely to purchase. So it shows trust and it shows that it's Kansas made. Another popular benefit example is our social media member of the month. We have 12 spots available and you're featured all month long. And we also tell your story in many different ways. We promote your business and we share fun events that you have. As you can see here, there's a picture of Free Day Company, and they like to advertise their business in the month of November. It helps them with their holiday sales, and they love to tell their story in many ways. What members say about us. Lisa Reagan, she has used a variety of our benefits in the past years. One that she really enjoyed was our social media and website consultations. She said that social media and website consultation benefits offered by the From the Land of Kansas are a wonderful resource that all businesses should be signing up to use. They provide so much useful and helpful information for our business regarding areas we needed to improve and with our social media accounts and our online store. This in turn has positively impacted our growth and revenue. We are very thankful for these benefits that From the Land of Kansas had to offer. By Lisa Reagan, and she is with Safely Delicious. Shop site. As a benefit, you can add your Kansas product to our shop site. We have several members who take advantage of this benefit, from sunflower oil to honeys to jams and jellies, and also our From the Land of Kansas branded items. Our holiday gift boxes are also a benefit that you can sign up to add your products in our holiday gift boxes. And then we also sell those gift boxes on our website, on the shop site during the holiday season. If you are on our website, you have to renew every year. If you're not sure that you have your products still on our website, you can email us at fromthelandofkansas.ks.gov to verify. How to sign up. Membership opens annually in January. A business can apply for membership at any time, but will only have access to remaining benefits still open after the annual January enrollment. My colleague will drop in a link to learn more about submitting an application. Be sure to have all proper licensing. If unsure, we can help you find that out. All types of licensing guides are available at agriculture.ks.gov. Also, we are the Central Farmers Market Registration Hub. More than 89 registered markets of all sizes from Overland Park to Syracuse. Registration provides limited legal liability, access to resources, marketing and promotion, such as social media and Farmers Market of the Month. But you must renew every year. Other resources, our annual Regional Farmers Market Workshop that is going on right now as we speak, our monthly e-newsletters for Farmers Market networks, and then Farmers Market Marketing Online Toolkit, which I will go over. Here's the an example of a marketing online toolkit. We offer general marketing guide, seasonality calendar, a fillable template, and my colleague will also drop in a link to view these resources on our website. This online toolkit was made possible by the USDA Specialty Crop Block Grant Meet Me at the Market awarded to the Kansas Department of Agriculture. The purpose of this grant is to help the farmers market and vendors market specialty crops. To access the resources, like I said, go to our website and you can click on General Marketing Guide, Seasonality Calendar, Fillable Templates, and you can access these templates and use them for your marketing tools. Handouts. We also offer handouts. English and Spanish versions. We have food safety and regulations and best practice guide, sampling safety guide, food labeling for Kansas food producers and processors. So you can get these handouts, and my colleague will also drop the link in the chat to view these handouts. The Kansas Department of Agriculture resources. The Kansas Department of Agriculture offers a variety of resources. During the month of March and the first week of April, the Kansas Department of Agriculture will hold a webinar series for specialty crop producers. Topics of interest include production practices, specialized equipment, diversity and scaling up your operation, specialty crop agritourism, floriculture, and specialty crop marketing plans and strategies. The webinars will be held on Tuesdays from noon to 1 p.m. There is no cost to attend, but registration is required. If you have questions about the webinar series, contact us at fromthelandofkansas@ks.gov, and we'll drop that in the chat as well. And register today at the link that we will drop in the chat as well. There's also more information on that link to learn more about each speaker and what topics that you would be interested in for registering. The Kansas Department of Agriculture continuing resources. We also have grant opportunities. So the USDA has announced the 2022 Specialty Crop Block Grant. KDA is working on the 2022 program and will be announcing the application period on our website soon. Please see the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program page on our website. Also, watch in our From the Land of Kansas Farmers Market newsletters for upcoming information as well. Another resource that the Kansas Department of Agriculture has to offer is our Ag Stress resource. You can go to kansasagstress.org, because we understand that stressful situations arise, and we know Kansas farmers, ranchers, and their families are the backbone of this state. You know, unpredictable weather, heavy workloads, and financial worries can sometimes take their toll on our farm families. This is why the Kansas Department of Agriculture offers these resources to help you cope with ag-related stresses. We are here to help. Janelle is the marketing manager, and I am the marketing coordinator, and we are here to help your business grow and flourish, and also connect you with those that you need help to connect with. We are called the connectors. So please feel free to reach out to us anytime, and follow us on social media or go to our website at fromthelandofkansas.com. Questions?
Yeah, Sammy, you did a great job with that. And with the benefits that you have for your From the Land of Kansas members, there's a lot of one-on-one connections with those.
Mm-hmm.
And as you review products, websites, etc., how much time should a member put in their schedule when you start to have those conversations with them on their benefits?
Yeah, it depends on what benefit they sign up for. So if it's a website consultation or a social media one, I like to talk to them for about 40 minutes if that's one of the benefits that they've signed up for. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah.
Any particular benefits?
Do you anticipate being on the road this summer to meet some of the members, talk about things so they can get to know you now that we can be out and about?
Yes, I look forward to being on the road again. I've only been here about almost 2 years this spring, and I started working from home. So I was sad because I want to meet more of our members, but luckily Zoom and all these FaceTimes have helped us meet members over the computer. So I feel like I do know a lot of our members, and I'm glad that I've had the opportunity to get to know them via Zoom and other sources. But I really look forward to being on the road and connecting with them in person, because there isn't anything like being in person and connecting with our members, because that is definitely the best part about our job.
I know a number of the benefits, you can only have a set amount, whether it's a benefit that has one a month, or those that are at the state fair with their product, etc. So what's the timeline for the calendar year 2022 with signing up for benefits?
Yeah, so right now we're renewing for membership. So if you haven't renewed, please do so. Renew your membership with us and sign up for benefits because it's a first come, first serve. So if we only have one spot available right now to sign up for State Fair, for example, our social media member of the month, that fills up really quickly because we're already in February and it's first come, first serve. So we want you to renew as soon as possible and sign up for those benefits so you can get the benefits to help your business.
Great. A question has come in, but I'm going to need the whole team to listen in here. Janelle, Londa, Sammy, some of those experts that might be on this call to help out with this question. What about insurance and help with liability? Is there help under Kansas law? Is there a safety net under agriculture for those that are farmers market members, from the Land of Kansas members, direct to consumers? So if someone from the planning team has some information, that would be great.
Yeah, I think Janelle answered that in the chat earlier on, but I'll go ahead and let her answer that as well.
Yeah, I dropped the information back in the chat again. So overall, one, farmers markets, vendors, anyone, talk to your own insurance company first. And versus where Emily was a lawyer, we are definitely not lawyers. So we can just give you the information we know, but sometimes home policies, depending on if you have a farm, you can add on easy an addition if you're selling at a farmer's market as just another part of your insurance. Now, if you are an actual farmer's market, there is some limited liability, and that's what I dropped into the chat with being registered with the From the Land of Kansas program, which covers some of it. But we always say also, if you're a farmer's market or vendor, if you're working with a city, a county, you would want to check with them on who owns the area and what insurance is or is not covered with how they have signed up their policy. So always just check with the local officials on that.
Great. Sammy, there are a lot of different benefits with From the Land of Kansas. What might be some that might be overlooked or not taken advantage of as much as others might be?
Yeah, that's a great question. I definitely think our website and social media consultations are definitely ones that are overlooked. And that was one of the examples that I gave from Safely Delicious, that she really enjoyed that one. We offer a Zoom session with that too. So it's a coaching. So I really put a lot of time into those sessions with you and walk you through, because we understand that each website is different. You might have a different platform than your neighbor down the street. And so we tailor it to your needs. And I think that that is a great benefit that we have to offer that a lot of our members don't know about, because it is a newer one and it has evolved this last year or so.
And it would also then be our e-commerce benefit. So folks who are actually wanting to be able to sell online, we have our e-commerce shop.from the Land of Kansas website that they can actually sell there versus having to build their own e-commerce site.
Yes. Yep. And I talked about that as well, our shop site. And that is a benefit that we have to offer, where you put your products on our website and you send us your images and your description, and we put it on there for you and do the work for you. So that's a great benefit as well. Thanks, Janelle.
Great. Sammy, I'm really excited about the webinar series you're going to have in March and the 1st of April. Could you just remind us again of some of the topics that are going to be covered? And then once you do that, we'll roll to our next speaker.
Yeah. Yep. I'm really excited about our 2022 Specialty Crop webinar. It's the first one that we have put on. And it's a lunch and learn series. So while you're on your lunch break, you can join us. We have topics of interest include production practices, specialized equipment, agritourism, diversity and scaling up your operation, and specialty crop marketing plans and strategies. So we have a lot of good information and a lot of great speakers, and we would love for you to join.
Well, great. I'm going to bet that the group that has logged on for today will be getting an email here in the next little bit to be able to remind them of the topics and the days and to be able to sign up. And the link for those webinars was just put in the chat. So looking forward to working with you in March. And thanks for the presentation. And Londa, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Dana. Thanks, Londa.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. Okay, good. Thanks, Zach. My microphone has been not acting great today, so thank you for that. So yes, next on our agenda, so we're going to kind of switch from, we've talked a lot about marketing this morning and legal risk and that sort of thing. And so now we're going to switch to talking about how to produce fruits and vegetables. So I think we're hoping that you can get a wide range of resources this morning through our webinar series here. So we are super excited to have with us today Zach Hoppenstead with K-State Research and Extension. He's based here in Johnson County. And I believe Tom Buller is also going to be presenting. Tom is with, he was recently with the Kansas State Research and Extension, and now he's accepted a great position at the Kansas Rural Center. And we're really excited that they can both be with us this morning. So Zach, I will turn it over to you and your team to talk more about actually growing produce a little bit this morning. So thanks, Zach.
Thanks, Londa. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I can see you and a few other people here. So I appreciate the little visual cues as I go along. If there's like a total meltdown and no one can see the slides, then, you know, give me the panic face. I think I appreciate obviously the opportunity to be here and the opportunity to work with my former colleague, still colleague, but now with a new organization, Tom Buller, director of the Kansas Rural Center. And we are going to go into some detail about resources that are available for vegetable producers. Although I think for the title of my slide, you know, my work includes both fruit, vegetable production, edible crops. So I use the term USDA uses more commonly, which are specialty crops. Those are fruits, vegetables, tree nuts, dried fruits, horticulture, nursery crops. So we all know K-State has a strong reputation and research program when it comes to field crops and livestock, but there's also been a lot of investment and programming at K-State when it comes to fresh produce production as well in the state and trying to support that industry. So whether you're brand new to vegetable production or you've been doing it for some time, I'm hopeful that I can share some resources that maybe you're not familiar with, make you more familiar about what resources you have available through your local extension. And let's just see if I can advance my slides here. So just a little bit of what I'll cover today, and then Tom will follow up with some more information, other resources outside of K-State, as well as some funding opportunities. So hopefully we can maybe not answer every question that you have when it comes to vegetable production, but give you a place to start. Like I said, K-State increasingly is trying to provide more support for fruit and vegetable horticulture producers in the state of Kansas. And this isn't the explicit mission statement for all of K-State Research and Extension, but these are some of the goals that I have in my position working out of the Johnson County office, but trying to provide resources throughout the state as much as possible. So expanding commercial farm resources, research and education projects that showcase new and diverse commercial producers in Kansas, expand impact activities and audience for fruit and vegetable programs, and try to formalize some partnerships with existing extension programs like 4-H, Extension Master Gardeners, which I'll talk a little bit about, Extension Master Naturalists, and the Master Food Volunteers for those of you that are doing processed or baked goods for your farmers market. That may be a volunteer group that exists in your county, and there may be a worthwhile partnership there for some of our producers and farmers market vendors. So I'm going to try my best to kind of go back and forth in between a slide set and maybe actually show you in my browser some of the resources online. We'll see how effective I am at doing that. But if you go to the ksre.kstate.edu website, you have this statewide locations page. K-State Research and Extension is likely in your county, or your county has partnered with another county to form a district. But K-State Research and Extension is within all 105 counties within the state, and there is likely someone with ag expertise that's local and knows your area, knows the conditions, knows some of your markets, and is likely could be a valuable resource to you if you haven't already made that connection and relationship. I definitely recommend you figure out who your extension agent is in your county or your district. And these are just kind of the pillars in general of the university, the land grant universities like K-State University, that we and it also is mirrored in our extension programs. So teaching that's going on at the university for undergraduate, graduate students, but also teaching that's going on in the communities and the 105 counties throughout the state. Research programs that are happening at the academic campuses, Salina, Olathe, Manhattan, but also research that could be happening on farm. And that partnership with your local extension agent to do some field study and get cutting edge research, applied research, probably in the case of farm partnerships, out to your local community to figure out what's working best. And then extension, obviously, that's the wing of K-State that I represent, but extension more broadly is just getting the research findings and best practices that are coming out of the science at the university out to our communities and making it useful and something that can be applied on your farm. So, just really basic, if you're not familiar with the extension service, I think it's a great resource for just general technical assistance, whether it's weed identification, diagnosing a crop damage or disease issue, providing soil tests, which are usually free or at a very low cost if done through your county office, and even tissue sampling for crops so that you can dial in your fertility needs. Definitely, if you're trying to, if you need some help with diagnostics on your farm, I highly recommend reaching out to your local extension agent. Subscribing to the local social media or newsletter page. Sometimes it's a slow news day, and I end up on the local news, and my mom gets excited. But I would encourage you guys to try to follow the information. Sometimes I think usually timely information in terms of planting dates, best crop management practices, harvesting, curing, storage. Whether you're somebody's on Facebook a lot or you like to get a newsletter emailed to you, your local county office probably has some forms of media, and it's as easy as just subscribing. So in addition, extension offices are usually providing some kind of classes that are usually geared towards more of a consumer gardener audience. But I think if there is one takeaway that I can impart with you guys today is that regardless of whether you're a very seasoned grower or you're just at the very beginning, that some courses that may be offered through your extension office or through the Master Gardener program, which I'll talk about in a little bit here, may be of value to you as you start to build your knowledge within the area of plant science and crop production, vegetable production specifically. And so this is a list of upcoming classes that are going on in the Johnson County office. A lot of these are being delivered virtually, so no matter where you're at in the state, and either at no or very low cost to attend. So definitely recommend that you go to the K-State Research and Extension website, see what's going on at your local county office, and see what sort of statewide programming is going on, like our K-State Garden Hour, which highlights county agents throughout the state on a variety of different horticulture topics, some related to edible crop production, some more related to ornamentals for cut flower producers that might be on the call today. But all that, I do think can help build your knowledge base when it comes to crop production. Even if it's not necessarily geared in the specificity or detail that a commercial producer, at the highest level may want, I do still think there's some good foundational information. And so this K-State Garden Hour is a free webinar series that happens, on the, I believe it's the first Wednesday of every month throughout the rest of the year. And I'll be teaching on, June 1st for organic pest management for vegetable gardens. So definitely some educational opportunities there geared towards edible crop producers. There's also likely demonstration gardens that are affiliated with your county extension office, and some that may actually, these are some photos from the Johnson County community garden that we have in partnership with our health department in Olathe. And it's a 1/4 acre space. We try to not only donate a lot of produce to the clientele receiving services at our health department, but also try to demonstrate commercial growing techniques. And so there may be some opportunity through a demonstration garden if you are brand new to vegetable production and are just needing some exposure to best growing practices and want to get your hands dirty and kind of see what the management of maybe a smaller space, but working with folks like extension agents that have a background in crop production. Londa kind of already went over some of this material, especially when it relates to the K-State Food Safety website and all the great resources that are available there as it relates to kind of post-harvest production and how to safely handle produce and make sure that the product that ends up with your consumer is safe. But what I guess I'm going to try to do here is, let's see, if I end show, and then I just want to show you guys really quickly. Hopefully you're seeing my desktop, anyone? What I will draw your attention to is the Horticulture Information Center, which is a really great tool for a variety of different crop-specific diagnostic tools. So right here, you can see that there's our publications tab. And if you go, for example, to commercial vegetable production, you can see all of the publications that the university has related, everything from irrigation, pest management, growing practices for a variety of different crops, as well as marketing information, including the food safety for farmers market vendors publication that Londa worked so hard to put together and is so comprehensive and extremely helpful. And even things that aren't really necessarily, this is a multi-state Midwest vegetable production guide for commercial growers, which I'll mention here in a little bit, but is a really comprehensive tool for crop production, as well as a full listing of registered pesticides that are labeled for all the common vegetable crops. So if you have any question about what's available for pest or disease management in terms of chemical recommendations, that Midwest Vegetable Production Guide is essential. And it's a totally free publication that's available to the public. Just like kind of going through the K-State website just a little bit more, you can see the ksre.kstate.edu/food safety page that Londa mentioned earlier with all the upcoming events there on the right-hand side of the page. The other thing that I'll draw your attention to that is available, especially as it relates to horticulture or produce production, is the faculty that are largely based in Manhattan. These are the specialists that your local agent usually is partnering with to provide you the most up-to-date research-based information, and folks with decades of experience within a variety of different topics, everything from greenhouse production, wildlife management, pathology, fruit and vegetable production. And so, these are kind of our leading experts at the university. And these folks are also very receptive to receiving communication. I definitely think making a connection with your local agent is usually the best option, but at least knowing who these folks are and who's working at the university and folks that have an extension appointment. So now I'm going to try to switch back to my slides really quick. But I guess I can't stress enough that there is some really great resources that are available largely here at the Horticulture Information Center on the KSRE webpage. And I think as well as our horticulture newsletter. And that's something that I would definitely recommend subscribing to. A lot of timely information when it comes to a variety of different ornamental and edible horticulture crops. So, and that's free to subscribe to, and you can get that in your email, or also that's available in a blog format as well. So visiting the Horticulture Information Center, which is at HNR, horticulturenatural-resources.kstate.edu/extension/info center. If you just Google Horticulture Information Center at K-State, you'll find this page. Let's see. So, challenged here trying to do this, but we'll see. Okay, so continuing with the slide, horticulture newsletter. You know, here in Olathe, we have our urban food systems graduate program. So students that are interested in learning more holistic inner workings of the food system, in addition to crop production, but also marketing and how to support local food markets within urban environments. There's a graduate program based at the K-State Olathe campus, and they have an urban food system symposium. They just announced that date coming up September 26th to the 29th. I know that I'll be there. It's always a really quality program and a great learning opportunity. Just really quickly going through some of the experiment stations that are managed through the university, and that where a lot of our research related to fruit and vegetable production are happening. One is in Olathe, is the Kansas State Olathe Horticulture Center. Incredible site, especially for high tunnel production. Director there is Dr. Carrie Rivard, and does a lot of work on fruit and vegetable production. And you can see some of the various types of high tunnel structures where they do their vegetable research. And they have a field day coming up on August 8th of this upcoming year. And that's a great opportunity to go and see firsthand some of the research projects and some production techniques that may be applicable to your farm. In addition to that, we have our research center down in Hayesville outside of Wichita, the John C. Fair Horticulture Center. I don't know, they have been hosting field days there during the summer, and I would anticipate that there would be one coming up. So those of you that are in the Wichita area or surrounding region, you know, has public operation hours, even if you don't attend a field day, if you just want to go visit. More of a mixed research site. With landscape plants, focus on forestry, as well as a major producer of our planting material for organic sweet potato slips, which they produce several acres of vine cuttings for sweet potato producers throughout the US every year. If you're looking to get into sweet potato production, that's definitely the research center to reach out to. And then even our student farm in Manhattan, which is supervised by faculty Dr. Jeremy Cowan. And they're doing a lot of things with permaculture and alternative cropping practices, including mushroom production. And they're open to the public as well. And if you're in and around the Manhattan area, definitely recommend going and visiting that site. These are some photos from our commercial field days, some that have been virtual recently, but more recently we've been able to hold those in person. And I'd highly recommend checking those out. Great Plains Growers Conference, we just wrapped up a successful Great Plains Growers Conference. It was both in person and hybrid, or offered virtually. That was up in St. Joe at Western Missouri State University there. Really great venue, fantastic speakers. This is put on by K-State, Iowa State, MU, and Nebraska to serve sort of that quad state area, which is represented well, centrally located there in St. Joe. And we have a lot of growers from the state of Kansas that attend. And this is definitely education, researchers and growers presenting information relevant to commercial producers. Highly recommend this, attending this conference if you can. And so our next one will be in 2023, but a lot of the recordings and PowerPoint presentations are available for free on the website. And so I highly recommend going to greatplainsgrowersconference.org. We'll have the 2022 presentations up here shortly. And like I said, Extension Master Gardener program, definitely geared more towards a homeowner and garden scale, but I do think that you can see a list of some of the 40 hours of training that participants in that program receive. But almost every county either has a master gardener program or is neighboring a county that has a master gardener program. So really good training program, great foundational information for someone who maybe has an agriculture background, but maybe not as much experience working with horticultural crops or more intensive plants that require more intensive management, like annuals, perennials, flowers, vegetables, fruit. So I think it's a really great program for folks that are looking to improve their skill set and their knowledge in this area. And it's a great network. Usually, applications for Master Gardener program happen as early as late spring, early summer. And then now we're delivering a lot of these trainings virtually. And it gives you an opportunity to meet some of those people on the faculty page that I showed earlier. A lot of our faculty teach these classes in addition to county extension agents. I do think it's kind of overlooked in some ways when we talk to commercial producers, but I do think there's an opportunity there for learning and developing a network with people that are passionate about growing plants. A workshop series that we have up here in Kansas City, as well as in the Wichita area, another one of our rock star horticulture extension agents, Rebecca McMahon, had some family issues that she had to attend to, couldn't be here today, but she's based at the Sedgwick County office down in Wichita. She is brilliant and is extremely knowledgeable on fruit and vegetable production. And her team down in Wichita, as well as our team up here in K-State in the Northeast part of the state, offered the Growing Growers Workshop Series. And we do this in partnership with some of the other extension like University of Missouri Extension, Lincoln Extension, and some nonprofit organizations in the Kansas City area. But these are similar to Master Gardener training, except more geared towards growing at scale and growing for commercial growers. And so you can see some of the topics, everything from soil, farm equipment management, irrigation, and these are going to be trainings that are more scaled up for larger acreage, and usually include a farm tour in addition to a training that in large part a lot of it has been delivered virtually again. So even if you're not in the Sedgwick, and you can see the dates for the upcoming workshops that are being offered down in the Wichita area, but a lot of these will have some lecture portion that'll be delivered virtually. So even if you're not conveniently located to either Kansas City or Wichita area, there is definitely a possibility to still attend some of these classes, but there usually is some sort of in-person farm tour, or we've been able to offer a lot of virtual tours. And so I'll try to do this one more time. I'll transition and just take you really quick to the Growing Growers website, because I do think it is worth checking out. And of course my little Zoom bar is in my way here, but there we go. So there is our website for the Wichita program, which goes by the ICT Growing Growers. But I'll take you to the main page for Growing Growers Kansas City. A lot of great resources here. We have a listserv called the Growers KC listserv, which is just an email listserv. If you're looking for some inputs for your farm, it usually is a way that organizers share about different workshops that are coming up. That's a free listserv to join, and it's a great way for farmers to network with each other, especially in the Northeast part of the state. But if you go to the resource pages here, in addition to offering workshops, Growing Growers also has an apprenticeship program. So for really beginning growers that don't have their own land or farm, they can be paired with a more seasoned grower here in the Northeast part of the state and down in Wichita. They get that on-farm training, doing an apprenticeship, as well as attending classes taught by experts from the university and from local ag organizations. We also have some really great publications on the Growing Growers website that, like I said, are more geared towards commercial producers, as well as a link to our YouTube channel, where some of our recorded classes are available for free as well. And while I have you guys looking at my screen here, you know, another part of our Growing Growers program is this Beginning Farmer Wholesale project. So for growers that maybe have access to their own land, are already in production, but think they would benefit from some formal mentorship with a more experienced grower. We have basically ability to subsidize mentorship that may already be happening. You may already be working with a grower in your area that is your sounding board or is your technical assistant for everything from how you do your billing or taxes to how you put seed in the ground, care for crops out in the field. And there's opportunity through this program, this Beginning Farmer Wholesale project. And I recommend that if that kind of fits your, if that sort of situation is relevant to you, or if you're interested in getting that sort of mentorship, we have a list of our mentor farms, or maybe there's a farm that you're already working with, and there's the ability for the program to actually pay for those mentor hours. I think it's something close to $60 per hour. And in addition, with that Beginning Farmer Wholesale project, we put together these videos with some of our growers in the Northeast part of the state, doing really deep dives on how they grow for their wholesale clients. So growing at a little bit larger scale on everything from cucumbers, zucchini, salad greens, broccoli, sweet potatoes. And if we have a little bit of time after we finish, Tom and I will try to play one of these videos for you guys. So with all that said, I better get back here and wrap up here and hand it over to Tom. But highly recommend going and checking out the Growing Growers website page, taking a look at the resources. You'll be able to get links to either the Kansas City, growinggrowers.org, either the Kansas City chapter or the Wichita chapter. And there's really a lot of great information to be gleaned from those sites. So going back to my slide set here. So hopefully you guys are back to seeing my page. In addition to some of the resources that I already mentioned, some of these I actually have already kind of touched on, but the Wholesale Success Guide is something I highly recommend. It's a really great compendium with information on post-harvest handling, appropriate harvest maturity stage, cleaning protocols, storage temperatures, and it's a fairly expensive guide. I think it's around $60, but it's something that we use a lot, especially when it comes to post-harvest handling. I already mentioned the Midwest Vegetable Guide. They have a fruit guide as well. And those are what I really rely on for chemical recommendations, fungicide, pesticide. Just keeping up to date on that is extremely difficult. So what is labeled for what crop is all available, as well as just some really good best practices for crop production. In conjunction with our project working on trying to take direct to consumer growers into wholesale production, K-State just put out this incredible guide that kind of in a way mirrors that Wholesale Success and provides some recommendations on scaling up your business, the packaging requirements, grading standards, post-harvest handling, cooling and storage, and some really great case studies on growers in the state of Kansas. That's a free publication, Demystifying the Wholesale Market. And I'll try to provide some links to that in the chat if it isn't being done already. One of the last things here, K-State been a strong supporter of the Kansas Specialty Crop Growers Association. If you're not a member already, I highly recommend it. It's an independent voice for fruit and vegetable growers in our state. They're doing the growth of that association. It was previously just a Vegetable Growers Association, and it's gone through a rebranding and really a lot of growth in the last 3 years. They have fantastic resources, events. It's a $10 membership fee. So very low cost, gives you access to a closed Facebook group where growers and extension agents and specialists with university and KDA really have opportunity to connect with each other really in real time, share resources, and as well as newsletters and tours and events that are coming up. And the best way to be aware of everything that's going on with Kansas specialty crop growers is to become a member. And they're really incorporated nonprofit independent voice for fruit and vegetable growers throughout the state, and a really great resource for information. Sammy kind of mentioned specialty crop block grant program, so I won't go into a lot of detail, but that's just another opportunity for you to partner with your local extension office. This is a project that I worked on with some fruit growers in the northeast part of the state, and we were able to get over $35,000 worth of resources out to growers because we're trialing technology, and then we're able to share the education with larger groups of growers. And that's really the types of partnerships that local agents want to be connecting with producers in their area. And there may be some opportunities for that for you in your area with your local county office. And Tom will talk a little bit more about that. Lastly, in Olathe, we have our post-harvest lab, where if you're interested in getting some more analytical information, doing some sampling on nutritional components, different levels of nutritional elements in your produce, they're starting to offer more and more of those analytical services at that K-State post-harvest lab. A lot of partners, it's not obviously just K-State. One of our biggest partners, Kansas Rural Center, and Tom will talk about the organization where he's the director and who he represents. But extension is all about partnerships and providing resources to growers. And sometimes the partnership is with the producer, and the way that we're able to provide the highest quality of information to the public and to producers is by partnering with farms in our area. So please make that relationship with your local office. So I ran a little bit long per usual. Tom, I'm going to hand it off to you, and then I assume we can probably kind of tag team on questions after you wrap up. So I'll end my share and hand it over to Tom Buller.
All right, thank you. Let me pull this up, and if somebody could give me a thumbs up that I'm successfully sharing my screen, I'd appreciate it. So I'm going to take a little bit different tack on resources for vegetable growers, because I'm going to talk a lot about farm management grants and some other resources that maybe apply to a wider swath of farms that do direct-to-consumer marketing, but certainly some things here for vegetable growers too. So my name's Tom Buller. I'm the executive director at the Kansas Rural Center. My contact information is up there. Feel free to reach out to me after this event with questions if you've got them. But I'm going to talk kind of quickly, so hopefully we have some time for Q&A here at the end. Just a real quick roadmap of where I'm going to go. Yeah, I couldn't resist the opportunity to share a few thoughts on farm business management with you all. I'm going to share a lot of resources on farm business management. I'm going to talk some more about grants. So the specialty crop block grant has come up a couple of times. I'm going to talk about some other opportunities that are out there for small farms to get grant dollars to do things on their farm. And then I'm going to talk about a lot of other resources. So just to note, there are going to be a lot of links in my presentation. And when I get done talking, I'm going to dump all of those into the chat. So you don't need to write them down as I go. You should be able to access those once I'm done. And at that point, if you look in your chat box, there's 3 little dots on the bottom right. If you click on those, there's a thing that says save chat, so you don't even have to copy it. It'll just save a document if you click on that. So I'll dump all those in at the end, so you don't need to write furiously as I talk. So with that, I'm just going to jump in with a few thoughts on farm business management. So for vegetable and fruit producers here in the state of Kansas, most people get into that because they love to grow things. Maybe they love to interact with their community at the local farmers market. Not very many people get into that line of work because they love to manage businesses. But business management is really critical, because that's what keeps your operation afloat. So it's something that, maybe people don't always want to pay attention to, but something that people need to pay attention to. So I just thought I'd provide a few quick thoughts here. I'm going to provide a lot more resources, But just my quick thoughts as someone who I've been a vegetable producer for the past 17 years here in Kansas. First thing, this one's really hard for me, even though I know it, I write it down. Keeping good records is really important. I'll talk about all the different reasons why or in just a second, but keeping good records and then farming efficiently. Those are the two biggest things I think are really important. And on farming efficiently, I'll talk a little bit about eliminating waste and setting up efficient systems, because those are two key steps. Certainly not the only steps, but something that can be helpful for you as you're trying to make your business succeed. So keeping good records. Most people keep records of their income and expenses for taxes. So that's the most basic reason. But if you keep a little bit better records in terms of your yield per row or per field or however you do that, and your sales of individual crops or general families of crops, you can determine your profitability. You can measure your enterprise performance. So if you're someone that has some laying hens and you sell eggs at the farmer's market, and you have tomatoes and you sell those at the farmer's market, if you don't keep track of your sales for each of those items at the market, you won't know which one is doing better. You'll just know at the end of the day you had $500 or whatever. So keeping good records of what you produce, what you sell, can really help you figure out which parts of your farm are the most profitable, which parts need that additional attention, which parts maybe you should stop doing in future years if they're not profitable for you. So good records are important for that. Likewise, managing cash flows. So you can have a business that at the end of the year has generated a lot of profit, and that might seem like a great thing, but if you can't make your payroll in June or July, you're going to go out of business, even if your idea is overall sort of profitable. So being able to manage your cash flow is really critically important. Likewise, in terms of the profitability, keeping those records can help you figure out how to make future investments in your farm. If you know how much farm labor you spend digging potatoes, as an example, you might be able to figure out if it's a good investment to get the pull behind potato digger for your tractor. If you don't have the records of how much time you spend doing that, it's hard to know if that's something that's going to pay off. Likewise, if you're doing anything with a bank, with the FSA, Farm Service Agency, to get a loan, you need records of your sales, expenses, all of that. So keeping those ahead of time rather than trying to go back and recreate those is really important. And managing your risk. If you want to get any kind of crop insurance, records are critically important for that. So overall, as a note, keep the best records you can. This is something that you can spend a lot of time on. So obviously, don't keep better records than you need, but don't keep terrible records, I guess is the takeaway. I have a whole hour-long talk on record keeping, but I thought I'd just give you the high points there. Likewise, the next step here, you don't have a lot of time. Farms always have a longer to-do list than there is time or capacity to do. So you have to really spend a lot of effort on farming efficiently. So Ben Hartman wrote this great book called The Lean Farm, and came up with these 10 areas where people waste time, energy, or labor or money, and has some ideas about how to eliminate those. And I will note, Sammy called this out earlier, but the Kansas Department of Ag is hosting that specialty crop webinar series. And on Tuesday, March 1st, this first speaker up is Ben Hartman. So this is a great book, a great resource, and I would strongly encourage you to go sign up for that webinar on March 1st. So I'm not going to go through all of these in detail, but these are some things to think about as you're building your farm. Overproduction, you're wasting money, you're growing more than you can sell. So try and scale what you're planning to grow to what you're able to sell. Waiting, if you're waiting for someone, you're waiting for your farm labor to show up in the morning, you are wasting your time and your money. Transportation, this can really eat up your dollars, especially now as gas prices are going up. Over processing, if you're spending time washing produce you don't need to wash, that's a waste of money and additional food safety risk, I might add. Inventory, holding things longer than you need to. And then down to the sort of granular details of motion. If you're taking 10 steps when you could redesign your packing shed so you only have to take 2 steps in between things, that will really save you time and labor over the long haul. So think about these lists here. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a great opportunity to build efficiency on your farm. And that's really critically important for your success. So there's an infinite number of ways to spend time on a farm. But if you want to be successful, you have to grow crops and market them efficiently. So think about that. I really recommend the Lean Farm as a resource and highly recommend you sign up for the free webinar on March 1st with Ben Hartman. And then in that same vein, in terms of farming efficiently, it's really helpful to think of your farm as a whole system. And this means, everything from the planning spreadsheet there all the way to the market booth. How are things happening and what can you do to make each step take less labor? So that could be fewer steps between the field and the walk-in cooler, fewer steps between where you're storing tools and the field. It could be the same size crates so that everything is stackable, or you can nest all those crates together, not just sort of an assortment of random sizes. But try and spend some time thinking about everything you do on the farm and just eliminate extra steps as much as you can. And now is a great time of the year to do that, to think about your system, think about the row widths you use. And if they vary for different crops, that means you have to change your weeding or cultivating tools between each crop. If you have a standard row system, it might save you a lot of time on that. So think about how you grow things and try and think of the whole system. So that's my sort of preachy moment about farm business management. Now we're on to the resources. K-State has some great resources. The Finances in the Farm online class. You can take this, you can get FSA borrower credit for it. So if you go get a loan from the Farm Service Agency, they require you to have some education. If you have passed this class, that checks that box. It's online, it's on your own time. It teaches you the basics of financial management for your farm. If you don't need FSA borrower credit, you can get similar information. So Moses, Midwest Organic Services and Education offers Fearless Farm Finances. You can buy the book. You can also go to this website. And again, I'm going to dump all these links in the chat as soon as I get done talking. And here's a whole bunch more resources. So the Farmer's Office is a great tool just for how you manage things when you're sitting behind your desk filing paperwork. Organic Farmers Business Handbook, really nothing in there is specific to organic farmers, but it has a lot of good thoughts about production efficiencies, I think, that apply to pretty much all vegetable farms, and it's written by a vegetable farmer. Lean Farm, again, can't recommend that highly enough. And then there's a couple books there, one about business planning, building a sustainable business, and Farmer's Guide to Business Structures that are free resources produced by SARE. So you can get them free online or you can buy a print copy. So if you're just starting out and need to know, should I be a sole proprietor or an LLC? The Farm Business Structures one is great. If you're trying to write a business plan, building a sustainable business is a great resource. All right, the question I get a lot is about grants. People have a lot of thoughts about grants, think grants are a great tool to build their business, and they might be right, but there are also some misconceptions. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about grants and then talk about what grants are available for small sort of locally marketed farm businesses and vegetable farms. So what are grants? A lot of people seem to think grants are free money, and they are absolutely not free money. So what grants really are is they're competitive funds usually to fund certain projects. And usually those are not just for the good of your farm, but they're for some sort of greater good. So if you're helping to build the food system in your community, or working with other farmers to build a cooperative marketing structure. Grants are great fits for that. They're not always or not usually a great fit just for whatever you want to do to help your own business. But they are a great source of financing for a number of farms across Kansas. So a few things to note, many of grants are reimbursement grants. So you can go get a grant for a high tunnel from the NRCS, and that's great. It helps you build a high tunnel on your farm if you have the money to put up that high tunnel, and then they will reimburse you. So I know farmers that have gotten approved for an NRCS grant to build a high tunnel, but they didn't have the money up front. So you need to look into that, but many grants are reimbursements for things you already spend. And there's also sort of a lot of paperwork you have to do. And if you're applying for grants or you want to use grants as a strategy, you need to factor that in. And many grant programs are sort of available on an annual-ish cycle. So not always they open on the same day and close on the same day, but they'll open each year. So if you don't have an application ready this spring, maybe look at next spring or a couple of years down the line. So here's a few grants. I'm going to run through these real quickly, and then I'll dump links for all of these because they all have different rules, different deadlines, etc. I'll dump the links in the chat. So value added producer grant helps producers add value. And I've got a link that I'll put in there that has recent awardees in Kansas, some really interesting projects, and something that really can help individual farms. Specialty crop block grant, that's come up a couple times already. An opportunity for fruit and vegetable growers to do something innovative, work on a research project with their extension office, come up with some collective processing facility. I've seen those before. A variety of projects, but it's not just to support your own farm, but it's to sort of support the specialty crop industry more broadly. The local foods promotion program and farmers market promotion program, both of these are kind of similar. One's targeted at farmers market, growing those so you can get together with your other farmers at your market and maybe write a grant to do some advertising or do some other kind of outreach to expand the base of your market. Or local foods, you could do that with other farmers in your area. The NRCS EQIP cost share, I referred to this about high tunnels. EQIP is Environmental Quality Incentives Program. They fund some other things, cover cropping, organic transition plans. So talk to your local NRCS office about that. And then SARE, Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education, has a bunch of grants, either a partnership, which would be maybe like with your local extension agent, or a farmer rancher grant, which allows you to do some on-farm research projects and then provide some education to other growers in your area or across the state about what you learned from those. So a lot of great grant programs. Again, they're really for kind of specific projects. And often when you're sharing the impact of that across your community, or with other growers, whatever you learned, not just to do something specific on your farm. There's a lot of other opportunities, thinking about grants to support healthy lifestyles in your community, like a Blue Cross Blue Shield Pathways grant, maybe your local community foundation. A lot of these groups will fund things at like farmers markets, so they might not help one farm, but everybody at the market might benefit from that. So think broadly about that. There is some grant writing assistance available. K-State Research and Extension has a good class on that. So check your local office, or the Michael Fields Institute will also offer some grant writing help specifically on the SARE grants that I mentioned. And if you do apply for a grant and you don't get it, you'll often get comments that you can then refer to, and you can apply again and fix the problems that were pointed out in the comments. And yeah, maybe you'll have a better shot the second time around. So I'll just mention really briefly a couple of other resources. So SARE, I mentioned this already, but they have tons of good books, tons of great publications. So you can get all of these free online, or you can buy print copies of them. Building Soils for Better Crops is a great soil book. Managing Cover Crops Profitably, great for cover crops. Alternative Pollinators, all kinds of resources about sustainable agriculture, and also some of those that I mentioned earlier about business management. Here at the Kansas Rural Center, we have a couple of resources, and we have two different editions of Growing Undercover. The first one on the left there is kind of an introductory edition, and then the second one was an update that has some more budgets for specific crops in high tunnels. Those are available on our website there. On that same link, we also have one called Growing Overcover, which is stories and methodology to incorporate cover crops into fruit and vegetable production here in Kansas. And then another resource, lessons learned from specialty crop growers across Kansas. So there was a program that partnered beginning farmers with experienced farmers, had some interactions where they talked about challenges and possible solutions. And it's a good publication. There's a lot to be learned in there too, also available on that same Growing Undercover page. We do have two programs that are kind of out there. I'd love to get some engagement on right now. So we are working on a project for Farm to School, and we'd love to hear from producers. So we're working to come up with some resources to help producers sell to their local school districts. And we've got a survey out there. You can take a picture of the QR code and your phone should take you there, or I'll dump the link in the chat. But we'd love to hear from you about that and maybe learn more about how to help Kansas producers sell to their school districts. And then upcoming on March 4th from 10 a.m. to 2:15, we are having a beginning farmers and ranchers conference. So we're going to cover things like finance and access to capital, mental and physical health, land access opportunities, and marketing your products. And we're again looking to get feedback from beginning farmers about the kinds of resources they need. There's a QR code to link to that. And I'll also put the registration link in the chat in just 1 second. And here's my last slide. So if you have questions, do not hesitate to reach out to me. There's my email, tom@kansasruralcenter.org. Or I think you can ask us questions now, and I'll get to pasting in the chat.
Zach and
Dana, go ahead.
Yep, sorry about that, Lana. Zach and Tom, you guys presented great information with lots and lots of resources that are available. And one thing that I really came to me was communication and collaboration as far as opportunities, whether it is for producer to better their own farm, what they have, working with others with that. Question that kind of came up in the chat was a lot of these you need maybe an extension agent, K-State Research and Extension to partner. What happens if your county or district doesn't really have someone that really wants to step forward and help out? What's the next step from somebody at the local level to get maybe to that next level at K-State to find a collaborator?
Well, Tom, you can't speak on this anymore now, technically, right? Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. And Tom is more than welcome to share his opinion on it. But, I would say there is a handful of extension agents and extension faculty specialists that are listed as in the resource page, I believe, on the Kansas Specialty Crop Growers Association. Tom may still be listed there as a horticulture agent in Douglas County. There's a handful of us that are really committed to programming and support for local food producers. And so, I'd say I really encourage you to make that connection with your local office. But I would also encourage people to become a member of the Kansas Specialty Crop Growers Association. And even if they're not a member, to use their website, KSCGA. And I'll share the link in the chat, and has a list of kind of the key K-State personnel, extension, and faculty. And I think those would maybe be the next step.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in there and add a lot of those things you don't necessarily need someone in extension specifically, or they don't have to be in your county. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me. We have a network of people doing innovative stuff across the state that maybe we could get a couple farmers to engage together to do that kind of collective work.
Great. You both talked about grants a little bit. Tom, you alluded to the paperwork part of it. And I know that looking through the names on here, there are a number of our participants that have grants and will agree that there are quarterly reports that are due. There are annual reports, there's a final report, but those are really important to be able to get that information back and out to producers. So just wanted to let you know that, yep, I agree that there's lots of paperwork with it, but it may be that step that needs to be taken to help the good of the cause for specialty crop growers out there. With that, Zach, we only have a minute left. Tom mentioned the need right now to kind of go through the processes before we start the spring season, and he kind of went through some things with that. From your point of view, what is one thing that our producers that are listening today really need to focus on here in the month of February as we're getting ready for things to roll this spring?
Just one thing.
Just one thing.
I think I go back to your initial point, and I say, make relationships. If you're relatively new and you're doing things on your own, I would highly encourage you to make relationships, either by joining the Growers Association, reaching out to your local extension office, attending some of these events and workshops that are going to be going on, and start to meet other growers. We're not going to have a chance to watch these videos, but if you go to the Demystifying Wholesale YouTube channel and you watch some of these videos of these producers talking in depth about some of the crops that they grow, you'll see there's so much to be gained by learning from someone that's already doing this work in your neighborhood, in your county. So even if the relationship isn't with an extension agent, maybe the conversation with your extension office helps you connect with a grower that's doing something similar, and that really speeds up your learning process. So start making relationships with other growers.
Well, great. Tom, do you have one final thought before we turn it back over to Londa?
Yeah, I don't know that I do. I really appreciate everybody who showed up today. And, like I think Zach and I have mentioned, feel free to reach out. Creating those connections is really important, and important for building, the fruit and vegetable production community across the state of Kansas. So yeah, please be in touch.
Well, great. Zach and Tom, thank you very much for your time and expertise today. Londa?
Thanks very much, Dana and Zach and Tom. And thank you all for the great questions that all of you were putting in the chat. To me, that's really what makes this valuable is people asking questions, and we can provide those answers. And if you have a question, then most likely somebody else has the same question. So we're glad when people ask. I did put in the chat a produce grower inventory, and we really do encourage people to register in that. And there's more information on that website. I won't take more time on that right now, but we do encourage you to register in that inventory. So our next speaker is with the KDHE, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Courtney Koenig, and we are going to be now providing the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program Certified Farmer Training, and it looks like it's up and ready. So I will turn it over. Thanks.
Hello, and welcome to the 2022 Farmer Vendor Training for the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. My name is Courtney Koenig. I'm the Physical Activity and Nutrition Program Manager and Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program Coordinator at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. This webinar counts as an interactive training for new farmer vendors who have not been involved with the KSFMNP in past years, and it also counts as a refresher course for those who have been involved in the program in 2021 or earlier. I will review rules and regulations for you here, but you will still need to submit a completed 2022 authorized farmer agreement to us by the June 1st deadline. These either with the online link or the paper form mailed in. The Kansas Department of Health and Environment, or KDHE, has been funded by the United States Department of Agriculture, the USDA, for over 15 years to administer the annual Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. The KSFNP serves low-income Kansans aged 60 or older, or members of an Indian tribal organization who are 55 years or older. There are three main goals of the KSFMNP. One, to provide low-income seniors the resources to purchase fresh, nutritious, unprepared, locally grown fruits, vegetables, cut herbs, and honey from direct marketing farmers at farmers markets and roadside stands. Two, to increase the consumption of locally grown fresh fruits, vegetables, cut herbs, and honey. And three, to aid in the establishment of new farmers markets and roadside stands, or to help support existing farmers markets and roadside stands. The program coverage area in 2022 encompasses all the light blue shaded counties. The yellow counties in Northwest Kansas show our bundle program region, operated through the High Plains Food Co-op. We won't discuss the bundle program in much detail in today's webinar because it is separate from the check-based program that encompasses farmer vendors like you. The blue shaded counties show where the check-based program operates. Program coverage means that local partner agencies, represented by the blue dots, can distribute the checks in these areas. However, we allot checks to these local partner agencies based on the presence of markets with Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program authorized farmers, which are represented by the red dots. It is important for you to list all farmers markets and farm stands where you sell at when you fill out your authorized farmer agreement, so we can make certain that we are serving as many seniors in as many counties as possible. For example, if no one lists farmers markets in Marion County, then we will assume that seniors in Marion County would not be able to spend their checks there. We will instead send more checks to other areas where authorized farmers have said they will be, simply because seniors are more likely to spend their checks in those places. The key takeaway is list all the locations where you sell on your authorized farmer agreement so we can distribute checks in every area that has farmers available to accept them. The KSFMNP is administered on two levels, the state administration and local administration. KDHE partners with local agencies to distribute benefits to eligible participants. State administration involves interacting with the USDA and ensuring that the program is meeting grant deliverables on record keeping, identifying eligible participants, creating educational and promotional materials, and creating public service announcements about the program. The state coordinator is also responsible for writing and submitting the state plan yearly to ensure that the KSFMNP remains funded by the USDA. We are grateful for our group of over 20 local agencies across the state as they play a crucial role in KSFMNP. Local administration for the KSFMNP happens at several sites that have a common goal of serving low-income seniors in a social services capacity. These sites are a variety of different organizations, from regional area agencies on aging, county senior centers, local health departments, and K-State Research and Extension local offices. The local agencies perform such duties as taking senior applications, providing seniors with annual benefits in the form of checks, distributing education on the program and on good nutrition, as well as reporting program progress back to KDHE. This is a list of our current local agencies. At times, farmer vendors at the markets will get asked by seniors where they can go or who they call to apply for and receive KSFMNP checks. This chart lists the local agencies and the counties they serve. Seniors should be directed to get into contact with that local agency for information about applying for the KSFMNP. Phone numbers for each of these local agencies are accessible by visiting our KSFMNP webpage under the Seniors tab. Let's take a look at some of the 2021 KSFMNP accomplishments. We were able to serve 4,685 seniors across our service area in Kansas. Senior participants redeemed $126,856 worth of benefits at farmers markets or through the bundle program. This represents 74% of our total food funding. Redemption was much better than last year, but still lower than 2019. So we absolutely have room to grow and have more benefits redeemed. 236 farmers were authorized to accept checks around the state. Local agencies covering 55 counties distributed check benefits to senior participants, and the regional co-op covering 9 counties in Northwest Kansas distributed food bundles to senior participants. Seniors receive $35 worth of SFMNP check benefits. These are individual benefits. So if there's a senior couple who are both over the age of 60 and meet income guidelines for a family of 2, they can each individually apply and receive $35 for a total of $70 for their family. It is very important to note that the participants are eligible to designate a proxy to spend their checks if they're unable to do it themselves. When senior participants designate a proxy who can spend their benefits at a farmer's market or farm stand, this proxy does not need to be a senior or a person of any specific age or relationship to the participant. It could be the senior's child, grandchild, sibling, neighbor, or a friend. The proxy can sign their own name on the check. They do not need to sign the name of the senior participant. Proxies do not need to show ID at the point of sale, and vendors like you do not need to worry about verifying the proxy or having them provide extra proof. Their eligibility to be a proxy is determined at the point of application for the benefits. You should allow the proxy to spend the checks on behalf of the senior. There are a few specifications in the legislation regarding what foods are eligible for the KSFMNP program. First, eligible foods are fresh, unprepared, and locally grown fruits, vegetables, and cut herbs. Eligible foods may not be prepared beyond their natural state. So you can harvest a carrot, you can wash it and trim the greens and sell it to a senior through this program. However, if you peel, slice, or spiralize the carrot, it is now considered a processed food and would not be eligible for the KSFMNP program. Locally grown for the purposes of this program is defined as grown in the state of Kansas or in a county bordering the state line in Missouri, Oklahoma, Colorado, or Nebraska. The USDA requires that we put together an itemized list of eligible foods that may be purchased using KSFMNP checks. You can see our list here. However, this is not a comprehensive list of fruits and vegetables that can be grown in Kansas. The key is the final line that says, and other whole fresh fruit or vegetable grown in Kansas. Basically, if you can grow it locally and it's a fruit, a vegetable, or a cut herb, feel free to take KSFMNP funds for it. If it's an unfamiliar fruit or vegetable, we may ask you about it, but if it meets the locally grown definition and is a fruit or a vegetable, then it's eligible. So what about honey? Only pure unadulterated honey is an eligible product. Creamed, whipped, flavored, herb infused, or otherwise processed honey is not eligible for purchase through the KSFMNP. So plain honey only. This is a list of items that are ineligible for purchase through the KSFMNP. It is not a judgment on how healthy or valuable the items are. It is strictly a reflection of the legislation and the goals of the program. Remember that the first goal was to increase the consumption of local fruits and vegetables. These items are determined by federal legislation. So while we're happy to talk to you about these items, we do not have the power to make them eligible for KSFMNP. As we are talking about ineligible items, please remember that non-locally grown fruits and vegetables are also ineligible. If you choose to wholesale through a warehouse or other process where produce is not from Kansas or a bordering county in Missouri, Oklahoma, Colorado, or Nebraska, then these products are not eligible. You must take this into account when displaying your products so seniors know what they can and cannot spend their checks on. and what is not locally grown. If you are repeatedly identified as selling ineligible products in exchange for KSFMNP checks, you will be charged with a program violation and be assessed a penalty. Repeating the same violation could be interpreted by the program as fraud, and as such, you may be required to return money to our program or to the USDA for those violations. The farmer requirements for participating in the program are: if you are a new farmer to the program, you must participate in an interactive training, which we're currently doing virtually, like this one. And if you're a returning vendor, you may review the slides, which are posted on our website. Complete the authorized farmer agreement, either the online version or a paper version. Both are available on the website. All farmers must resubmit the authorized farmer agreement annually. Please note that agreements are valid between January 1st, 2022 and November 30th, 2022. Only one agreement per farm is required, though all employees should be trained on eligible and ineligible items and on how to help seniors spend their checks. The person who signs the authorized farmer agreement is the one responsible for any violations made under their vendor ID number. This includes violations made by employees, friends, family members, or otherwise those who may be helping at the farmer's market or farm stand. We require that you sell only eligible foods in exchange for the checks. Only accept checks from June 1st to November 1st, 2022. This date range doesn't really follow the growing season, but instead reflects our grant cycle with the USDA. Treat all senior participants equitably and kindly. We also require that you provide foods that are of the same quality and cost as those sold to other customers. This includes some regulations around sales tax, spending the full $5, and price labeling. We'll discuss sales tax on another slide, but before we move on, let's discuss price labeling and spending the full $5. Price labeling is incredibly important. Clearly listing the prices of each of your products alerts both seniors and customers with cash payments to the different prices of your items you are selling. It alleviates any suspicion that people paying cash may be getting lower prices than those using other forms of payment. Keep in mind that each KSFMNP check is a $5 value, and it cannot be exchanged for cash. In other words, seniors can't receive cash change, so they need to spend the full $5 check each time. Please do what you can to help the senior spend the full $5 amount. Please be as flexible as you can in selling seniors products up to the full $5 check, even if it means splitting a bunch of potatoes or green beans or carrots into $1 or 50-cent increments. If you're depositing a $5 KSFMNP check, our program fully expects that each senior has received $5 worth of your produce. However, I also understand that there may be instances where the senior does not want anything else and refuses your help in spending the remaining dollars and cents of their check. In those cases, there's really nothing you can do other than offer to help the senior spend the remaining money and be as helpful and flexible in your produce sizing as you can be. The sign with the orange checks accepted here text and the orange bottom left corner are for the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Seniors are educated about what to look for when they apply for their checks. It's important that your sign must be posted and highly visible each time you put out KSFMNP items for sale. Please do not place your sign flat on the table or partially under product because the seniors won't be able to see it. If seniors do not see your sign, they are not very likely to approach your table with their checks out of fear of stigma. We have learned that if a senior participant visits a farmer's market just once and doesn't see a KSFMNP sign, they are not likely to return because they think that no one there will accept the checks. Display your sign in a highly visible place. KSFMNP checks work just like standard checks. They must be deposited into a bank account and preferably as soon as possible. The bank processes the check and our program pays them out. Depositing your checks on a regular basis through the summer and into the fall helps us serve more seniors because it allows a more accurate look at how much budget we have remaining and how many more checks we can release to seniors. If we are not confident that you are depositing checks regularly, then we get nervous about a mass check deposit at the end of the season. This makes us more hesitant to send out additional checks to seniors due to a fear of exceeding our available budget. So the more regularly you deposit checks, the more checks we can release to serve more seniors who will then in turn spend more checks with you. Checks can be deposited at any financial institution. However, inevitably, we have problems with a few banks each year. If you do have a problem with a bank, please let us know and we will see if we can help fix it. Often the bank is concerned about fraud. They may be unfamiliar with the program or they are suspicious because the checks are brightly colored. In those instances, when you hit a snag with a bank about depositing KSFMNP checks, contact us because we can usually smooth over any confusion and provide confidence that this is a legitimate federally funded program. We cannot intervene when the issue is in a bank's terms of service. For instance, many banks will not allow you to deposit these checks directly for cash, or they may require a business account to deposit the checks. These conditions are usually buried in their terms of service, which is something that we have no power or oversight to change. The only issue where we can intervene is helping the bank recognize that the checks and the program are legitimate and legal for deposit. Before you deposit your checks, make certain that you have a senior signature, your stamped or written ID number, and your signature on the back of the check. If any of these are missing, your check will be rejected. Check rejections can cost you money and can be time consuming to try to get fixed and then redeposited. So always double check before you deposit and be sure to contact us right away if you get a senior check that wasn't signed by the senior. Remember that the deadline to deposit checks is November 15th. This deadline is in place so all transactions can be completed before our grant year expires, and it allows us to gather our data to report back to the USDA. November 15th is the very latest date to deposit checks. It may take a couple days to fully process, and that's fine, as long as the deposit has started no later than November 15th. Verify each time that, again, your checks are appropriately signed by the senior, stamped or written your 4-digit vendor ID number, and signed by you before depositing. Checks will be denied if their signatures are missing, the number is missing or illegible, or it is deposited after the November 15th deadline. You are responsible for return check fees if there are any assessed, which again is at the bank's discretion. If you have a check slip through the cracks, you may be able to resubmit the check for payment. In bank terms, this is called a non-fatal error. Once you correct that error, you can resubmit and get paid for the check. That doesn't mean that the check rejection fee will be forgiven, but at least you'll get the original $5 out of the check. The errors that are non-fatal are a missing endorsement, your signature, a missing vendor ID number, or if the senior signature is missing, please contact us. You are not allowed to sign for the senior since you are not the person the checks were issued to and you are not a proxy. You or a market manager signing where a senior intended to sign could be considered bank fraud, even though you have the best of intentions. The only way to resolve the missing senior signature is by contacting us and letting us sort out the issue. This typically involves us contacting the senior in question and getting their confirmation that they did indeed send the unsigned check. This can take some time, but it's much better than illegally signing for the senior. In the event that KDHE discovers evidence of improperly deposited checks, we would take action to require you to refund those dollars back to our program. Here's what the 2021 check looked like. The format and placement of the text and signature boxes will be similar in 2022. However, the color of the 2022 check will change. Many of the rules of the program are listed on the check. So if you're having trouble remembering, To not give change, just look at the check. It says no change given. It also lists deposit deadlines, eligible items, and valid dates of use. Pay close attention to the dates as you are accepting the checks, because checks from program years other than 2022 have already expired and will be rejected. We are not allowed to pay on checks deposited from prior grant years with current grant year funds. Don't forget to endorse the back of the check. So to recap, the check needs to be signed by the senior and stamped by you on the front and signed by you on the back. The 2022 Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program checks will be a light green color. This should make it easier for you to determine that the check is from the KSFMNP and it applies to only the 2022 season. Understand that the color on your monitor might be slightly different than what you see on the check, but at least you get a general idea of what to expect. Because this is a government-funded program, sales taxes are not required to be remitted to the state for sales made in exchange for KSFMNP checks. This means that you cannot charge sales tax to seniors for purchases made using KSFMNP checks. If you make sales to seniors using KSFMNP checks, please make sure that you report these sales correctly so that you do not inadvertently remit sales tax for them. If you're confused or need more information as to how they are expected to be reported, please contact Lisa Leakham Jones at the Kansas Department of Revenue at the email address or phone number listed here. She can help answer your questions. Please pay close attention to this. If your sales tax is already figured into your sales price, then you need to figure out a way to back that sales tax out for KSFMNP sales. For instance, if a senior spends $5, how much of that purchase is sales tax? Well, let's say it's 50 cents, even though this would be based, as an example, this would be based on your tax jurisdiction. If a senior spends $5 and 50 cents is taxed, then you need to provide that senior with an additional 50 cents worth of product. This ensures that you're not charging sales tax and not violating program rules. Keep in mind that if you are charging senior sales tax, but then not remitting that sales tax to the state, then you are in effect charging KSFMNP participants more for the same product than other customers paying cash. This is also a violation of program rules, so please pay attention and either don't charge sales tax or make certain that you are providing extra product in the amount of the sales tax charge so you are not in violation of the rules. Checks, again, cannot be exchanged for cash, which means no cash change can be given. So if a senior cannot purchase $3 worth of tomatoes and then receive $2 in change from the check. Also, no cash refunds or credits can be given. So the dollars in the program are meant to be spent on certain items in specific places or with specific people. Checks that are converted into cash cannot be tracked, and that money could be spent on other unauthorized products. So no cash change can be given in any circumstances. Please keep in mind that exchanging checks for cash includes exchanging checks with other farmers. So if a neighbor farmer vendor is at the farmer market and decides that one day to take KSFMNP checks and then realizes that they cannot deposit them without being an authorized vendor, do not give the vendor cash in exchange for you cashing the checks. You should only cash checks that you accept for eligible products. In this situation, please refer that vendor directly to us so that we can figure out if they will be allowed to deposit those checks and become an authorized farmer vendor. The USDA requires each state's Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program to do compliance visits with 10% of their farmer vendors each year. These visits can be farm visits or farmers market visits, and farmers market visits can be covert or overt. In Kansas, we typically complete our visits at farmers markets covertly through the season. Occasionally, we will set up a visit at a farm with a vendor who may be unable to visit at who we may be unable to visit at the farmers market. There are several classes of violations that could be assessed as a result from one of these visits. Class 1 violations. These include negotiating checks without a valid ID number, or in other words, accepting KSFMNP checks when you haven't turned in an updated farmer agreement. A Class 1 violation also includes failure to display the appropriate sign that alerts seniors that you participate in the program. If you commit a Class 1 violation, you will receive a warning letter from me alerting you to the problem and giving you solutions to fix it. Unless further violations are noted, that would be the end of a Class 1 violation. Class 2 violations include accepting checks for ineligible items, discrimination, or 2 Class 1 violations. For instance, if you fail to display your sign, are alerted and told how to fix it, and then on another visit still have failed to fix the problem, you would be assessed a Class 2 violation. Sanctions for a Class 2 violation will result in a non-compliance letter, which is more strongly worded than the warning letter and includes a requirement that you follow up with me via telephone so that we can discuss the issue and fix it. Generally, we do make an effort to visit vendors who have received Class 2 violations again within the same season to ensure that the program violation has been resolved. Class 3 violations include the following: providing drugs, alcohol, or cash in exchange for checks, charging KSFMNP customers more than the current price charged to other customers, attempting to collect sales tax on KSFMNP purchases, providing change back to customers for purchases where the amount of the purchase is less than the value of the check, or 2 Class 2 violations within the same season. We've talked about some of these already in some detail, but it's important to say that we're not trying to trick or entrap anyone. We are sincerely looking to help you participate in the program while still following the USDA rules. It is not our goal to charge someone with a Class 3 violation the very first time we see an issue. We will work to fix it. However, if we make an effort to discuss the issue and then follow-up shows that the solution has not been implemented or consistently followed, then you will be charged with a violation. Sanctions for a Class 3 violation include suspension or disqualification from participating as a KSFMNP vendor. Please read and understand the rules that you are agreeing to follow. These are outlined on the authorized farmer agreement. If you have any questions, contact us. Discrimination is different treatment, which makes a distinction of one person or a group of persons from others, either intentionally, by neglect, or by the actions or lack of actions based on a protected class. No person shall, on the grounds of race, color, national origin, age, sex, or disability, be excluded from participation, be denied benefits, or be otherwise subjected to discrimination under the KSFMNP. Both farmers and seniors participating in the program have the right to file a civil rights complaint if they feel their civil rights have been violated. Complaints must be filed within 180 days of the discovery of the discrimination and can be made verbally, anonymously, or in written format. Civil rights complaints are forwarded to the USDA for investigation and jointly investigated by the USDA and the program. Ideally, when filing a civil rights complaint, the complainant would include the following information: the complainant's name, address, and phone number, location where the discrimination occurred, description of the incident, basis for the claim, or what protected class, names of any witnesses, and dates when actions occurred. The USDA does have a complaint form, which is linked on the slide. However, as I mentioned before, use of that form is not a requirement for filing a complaint. Civil rights encompasses all aspects of this program, from the actions we take at the state level to local agency actions, and also to the actions at the farmer's market or farm stand. In particular, There are 3 topics listed on this slide that I feel are relevant: conflict resolution, customer service, and reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities. When I mention reasonable accommodations, I mean considering how a person with disabilities might be able to navigate your farmer's market or farm stand. Is someone who uses a wheelchair or a cane able to navigate your farm or farmer's market? Are there reasonable things you can do to assist? Like considering providing accommodations like a ramp into your building on your farm, or places to rest at the farmer's market, or making the location of your market more easily accessible for those with physical disability. The best way to avoid problems is to be confident that you know the rules of the program. So often seniors or proxies forget the rules for using their checks and are overwhelmed. Be patient and extend some grace. We all need it. Be pleasant and helpful, but show them that their check has written reminders of many of the rules. For instance, the check states, good for the purchase of fresh, locally grown vegetables, fruits, cut herbs, and honey from a KSFMNP farmer. The check also states, no change given, as a reminder to both you and the senior that they must spend the full $5 amount. Additionally, the dates that the checks are valid are also printed on the checks. Most importantly, be kind and make sure that all your employees are familiar with how the KSFMP program works. The interaction your employees have with the senior determines not only their willingness to come back to your market, but also to participate in this program that provides funds for food that they specifically have to spend with you. We want them to continue to participate every year they are eligible so that they can purchase your great products. Individuals who are deaf, hard of hearing, or have speech disabilities may contact the USDA through the Federal Relay Service at 800-877-8339 for English or 800-845-6136 for Spanish. The state of Kansas will follow the Administrative Procedure Act to allow for due process to KSFMNP local agencies, authorized farmers, and participants. The expiration of the farmer's agreement is not appealable, but other decisions such as suspension or disqualification are appealable. The appeals process can be complicated, so here's a short overview. If a violation is found that leads to suspension or disqualification, you do have the right to appeal. You must make a written request for an administrative appeal to KDHE within 30 days of the receipt of notification of the suspension. The Office of Administrative Hearings will set a date and location within 15 days of that filing, and you will receive written notice of a time and place at least 30 days prior to the date of the hearing. You do have one opportunity to reschedule. During this process, you can examine the documents and records that supported the decision under appeal. KDHE will provide you with written notification of adverse action, the cause of the adverse action, and an effective date of the action. For instance, if we send a notice of suspension, it would include what caused this suspension, the fact that you are being suspended, and give a date for which suspension would take place. It may also include other instructions like depositing any checks taken by a certain date before the suspension goes into effect. Notification will be provided at least 15 days before the effective date of the action. An opportunity for a fair hearing means that the hearing official will be an impartial party who is not directly associated with the program in question. As mentioned, you do have the opportunity to review your case, which includes presenting your own side of the case, questioning or disapproving testimony or evidence, bringing witnesses or counsel, reviewing the case record prior to the hearing, and advancing your own arguments. The decision of the hearing official will be supplied within 15 days of the hearing or within 60 days of the date of receipt of the request for the hearing. If you are dissatisfied with the hearing decision, you may appeal for further state level review of the decision and possible rehearing. The same timeline and procedures outlined previously would be followed. If you appeal an adverse action, such as a suspension, and are permitted to continue in the program while the appeal is pending, you are still responsible for maintaining compliance with the terms of your farmer agreement. Let's talk about that authorized farmer agreement. All farmers who want to participate in the KSFMNP in 2022 must sign and submit an authorized farmer agreement by June 1st, just like in past years. The USDA requires that all farmer vendors get authorized annually. It can be an unfortunate surprise to a vendor who has missed the sign-up deadline and is prohibited from accepting the KSFMP checks for 1 year. So help us spread the word and let any farmers you know of get signed up before the June 1st deadline. The authorized farmer agreement contains contact information, a list of farmers markets you sell at, and a checks accepted here sign order form. Agreements can be submitted by mail or online. Both the online version and printable document can be found on the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program website, which is www.kdhe.ks.gov/1048/farmers-growers. Only one agreement is required per farm, but you are welcome to list multiple business partners on the name line. The printable agreement is available in multiple languages, including English, Spanish, Burmese, Hmong, Somali, and Swahili. On the authorized farmer agreement, please make sure that you update your contact information so that we can reach you if there are banking issues. Also, pay close attention and answer each question accurately and to the best of your abilities. Providing us with full and accurate information helps us to have a clearer picture of the program as a whole and to make decisions during the season and in the future. Be prepared to list the farmers markets you will be selling at this year. Please include all details you know of, such as location, days of operation, dates of operation, and times of operation. If we don't know when, where, and what time to send seniors to your farmers market, then they will have a difficult time using their checks. Also, if that information is lacking, the first place we look is the KDA's From the Land of Kansas Registered Markets page. I encourage you to register your markets with From the Land of Kansas if you haven't already. It's a great way to advertise your market and gives us a place to find all the important information about your markets to pass along to seniors. Before you sign the agreement, please make sure that you read the rules. These are the rules that you will be held to through our compliance visits. If you have a question about them, please contact us before the season starts on June 1st and we can answer them. So we've covered a lot in this presentation. So here's a recap and really the 10 key things you need to know. Complete the 2022 Authorized Farmer Agreement by June 1st, 2022. Display the checks accepted here sign at all times. Sell only eligible foods in exchange for KSFMNP checks. Do not collect state sales tax on KSFMNP sales. Claim each KSFMNP sale so that you can receive a sales tax reduction from the Kansas Department of Revenue for not collecting state sales tax on your KSFMP sales. Only take checks during the dates indicated on the checks, which is June 1st through November 1st. Stamp or write legibly your vendor ID number on every check. Make sure every check is signed by the senior and then endorse the back of every check with your signature. Deposit these checks into your bank account no later than November 15th, 2022. The KSFMP program can feel complicated, especially if you're new, but we're here to help. If you need assistance, you can always contact me or Sarah Sumner. Our contact info is on the following slide. If you're having trouble signing up for a if you're having trouble signing or printing the documents, such as the authorized farmers market agreement, your local public library staff may be able to help you as well, or talk to your farmers market manager to see if they can help. You can contact us with any questions. We prefer questions to come through our email. My email is courtney.koenig@ks.gov or sarah.sumner@ks.gov. If you don't have consistent email access, you may call Sarah or I. Please leave a voicemail message if you do call, because we're only in the office a few days a week right now, and it may take us several days to review and respond to your message. All forms and copies of these slides are available on our website. I will note our website has been updated and looks very different, and you may need to clear your browsing history to get the page to come up correctly. I can take any questions now in the chat or Q&A functions of Zoom. This concludes the vendor training. Do not forget to fill out and submit your authorized farmer agreement by June 1st, 2022. Thanks to all of you for your interest and your commitment to the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program.
Courtney, thank you very much for some great information. Lots of reminders for those that have been past participants of the program, and super information for those that may be for the first time. Before we start questions on this specific topic, I want to go back to a question that we received earlier this week, and I think you can answer it for us. If the Kansas farmers markets are participating in the WIC program.
Hi. That was the first time I've ever watched a video of myself presenting, so that was weird. Got to get that out. So as of this year, we are not participating in the WIC WIC Farmers Market Program. That is a different funding bucket from the federal government. For several reasons, capacity at the state level, available funding through the federal government for those. We aren't looking at doing it probably even in the next year, but I wouldn't rule it out, you know, as a never. They do only take on new states if there's excess funding at the federal level. So, but I'm glad to know that there's interest in it, and it does help that our neighbors are doing it. So
great. There were some great questions in the chat that you answered while we were going along, but I want to bring those back up for those that are listening on the phone. The first one is, will checks be increased this year for the amount?
Right. No, they will be $5.
Okay. Got it. Another question asked about fluid milk and cheese. Are they able to be sold?
No, only fresh fruits, vegetables, cut herbs, and unprocessed honey are eligible.
Great. Let's see. Flipping down through here. Talked about virtual training. The presentation that you just gave is available on your website. Is that correct?
Well, the slides are available. So
okay.
This is where it gets a little nuanced. If you're a returning farmer, you've done this for, you know, a handful of years, couple years, you can review the slides. Of course, you're here now and got to watch it live-ish. And so that counts too. So you don't have to do both. But if you are a new farmer vendor signing up for the first time, you do have to watch or attend a webinar like this. And I have several dates. If you get questions later, I have 10 more dates scheduled, and you can register for those on our website.
Well, super. So today's does count, correct?
Yes.
Yay. That is great. Like I say, there are a bunch that just referred back to the website and the emails that you gave, so that's great. With that, Courtney, you did a great job presenting. It is weird watching yourself. I can guarantee you that. And thank you for your time. And Janelle, we'll turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Dana. And as she said, yes, thanks again, Courtney, and to all our speakers today for offering lots of great information. It was really good. And thank you to all of you for joining us today. Next week, you will be getting an email that will have the links to all the recordings, and we'll also be emailing out an evaluation survey. Now, right now, one of my coworkers will be dropping in the link. So if you want to take that survey right now, you can. Otherwise, it will be in the email. And we do really ask that you fill it out because it assists our team in planning future outreach sessions. So you can say what you enjoyed, what you didn't find as helpful, because it will definitely help us plan out the next time. Also, you will receive an email next week with the, as I said, the link to the recordings, and then copies of your handouts that you requested will be being mailed out to you. So you should be getting those in the next week or two. If not, give us a shout out on our From the Land of Kansas email address. And also, I know some of you have been asking about having your scales certified. And if you signed up for that, you will be receiving an email next week with that information of when and where to go to get those scales certified. So my coworker, if she hasn't, I know is dropping in both our phone number and email. So if you have further questions, you can always give us a call and we can connect you with the speakers if you weren't able to catch something. But thanks for joining us. And as a reminder, we really appreciate all the funding that was made possible to make this work. The Kansas Center for Sustainable Agriculture and Alternative Crops, the Kansas Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education Program, K-State Research and Extension, and the Kansas Department of Agriculture all work together. So we will wrap it up. It's 1 o'clock. So thanks again for joining us all this week. Have a great rest of your Friday weekend, and we look forward to seeing you out and about at the farmers markets this year. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.